by the Associated Press from Hungary, where another authoritarian regime is using similar tactics. This is a PBS article titled "Trump's Moves Against Media Outlets Mirror Authoritarian Approaches to Silencing Dissent," from September 18th of last month. Since taking office in January, President Donald Trump has waged an aggressive campaign against the media unlike any in modern U.S. history, making moves similar to those of authoritarian leaders that he has often praised. On Wednesday, Trump cheered ABC's suspension of Jimmy Kimmel's late-night show after the comedian made remarks about the assassination of activist Charlie Kirk. Trump said, "Congratulations to ABC for having the courage to do what had to be done." It was the latest in a string of attacks against news outlets and media figures that Trump believes are overly critical of him. Trump has filed lawsuits against outlets whose coverage he dislikes, threatened to revoke TV broadcast licenses, and sought to bend news organizations and social media companies to his will. The tactics are similar to those used in other countries who have chipped away at speech freedoms and independent media while consolidating political power, including Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, a close Trump ally whose leadership style is revered by many conservatives in the U.S. Trump's approach to governing has drawn comparisons to Orbán, who has been in power since 2010. The Hungarian leader has made hostility toward the press central to his political brand, borrowing Trump's phrase, "fake news," to describe critical outlets. He has not given an interview to an independent journalist in years. Media watchdog Reporters Without Borders say Orbán has built, quote, "a true media empire subject to his party's orders," unquote, through allies' acquisitions of newspapers and broadcasters. The group says the strategy has given Orbán's Fidesz party control of about 80% of Hungary's media market. In 2018, Orbán's allies donated nearly 500 news outlets they had acquired to a government-controlled conglomerate, a group that included all of Hungary's local daily newspapers. Continuing on another part of this article about Kimmel. Kimmel became the second late-night comic with a history of pillaring Trump to lose their show this year. CBS canceled Stephen Colbert's show just days after he criticized the network's settlement of a lawsuit filed by Trump over its editing of 60 Minutes. CBS said the July move was made for financial reasons, but Trump celebrated it nevertheless while appearing to foreshadow this week's developments. Quote, "I absolutely love that Colbert got fired. His talent was even less than his ratings," he wrote on his social media platform at the time. "I hear Jimmy Kimmel is next." And the president was right. ABC's suspension of Kimmel on Wednesday came after the Federal Communications Commission Chairman Brendan Carr made a pointed warning about the comedian on a conservative podcast earlier in the day. So, the attack on freedom of press is in full swing. And there's more. On July 18th, Trump sued Robert Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion after the newspaper published a story reporting on Trump's ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. That story included the sexually suggestive letter that Trump wrote Epstein, or reportedly wrote to Epstein, with a drawing of a woman's body for Epstein's 50th birthday book. Here's what Wall Street Journal wrote. It was Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, and Ghislaine Maxwell was preparing a special gift to mark the occasion. She turned to Epstein's family and friends. One of them was Donald Trump. Maxwell collected letters from Trump and dozens of Epstein's other associates for a 2003 birthday album, according to documents reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. Pages from the leather-bound album, assembled before Epstein was first arrested in 2006, among the documents examined by Justice Department officials who investigated Epstein and Maxwell years ago, according to people who have reviewed the pages. It's unclear if any of the pages are part of the Trump administration's recent review. The president's past relationship with Epstein is at a sensitive moment. The Justice Department documents, the so-called Epstein files, and who or what is in them are at the center of a storm consuming the Trump administration. On Wednesday, after angry comments about how the files are a hoax created by Democrats, President Trump lashed out at his own supporters for refusing to let the matter go. The letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the Wall Street Journal, is body, like others in the album. It contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denote the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist. The letter concludes, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." In an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. "This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story," he said. "I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women," he said. "It's not my language. It's not my words." He told the Journal he is preparing to file a lawsuit if it published an article. "I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else," he said. Allegations that Epstein had been sexually abusing girls became public in 2006, and he was arrested that year. Epstein died in 2019 in jail after he was arrested a second time and charged with sex trafficking conspiracy. Justice Department officials didn't respond to requests for comment or address questions about whether the Trump page or other pages of the birthday album were part of the agency's recent documents review, and the FBI declined to comment. The existence of the album and the contents of the birthday letters haven't previously been reported. The album had poems, photos, and greetings from business people, academics, Epstein's former girlfriends, and childhood pals, according to documents reviewed by the Journal and people familiar with them. Among those who submitted letters were billionaire Leslie Wexner and attorney Alan Dershowitz. The album contained a letter from a now-deceased Harvard economist, one of Epstein's report cards from Mark Twain Junior High School in Brooklyn, and a note from a former assistant included an acrostic with Epstein's name. "Jeffrey, oh Jeffrey, everyone loves you, fun in the sun, fun just for fun, remember, don't forget me soon, you rock, you are the best." The longtime leader of Victoria's Secret wrote a short message that said, "I wanted to get you what you want, so here it is." I don't think I'll read the rest of this paragraph. You can imagine what that leader was referring to. Dershowitz's letter included a mock-up of Vanity Unfair magazine cover with mock headlines. The list goes on. Now, the point of this is that by the President of the United States suing the Wall Street Journal, of all publications, the Wall Street Journal, not exactly a liberal bastion. The Wall Street Journal, the business newspaper of America, conservative in everything it does. It certainly is considered, from my point of view, to be a venue where the very powerful talk about the affairs affecting the very powerful. It's hardly concerned with the basics of families like healthcare and housing and education, hardly concerned with human rights in the world. It's a business newspaper about the powerful people and companies. So this was not some lefty paper, if you will, some liberal paper that Trump is suing. And when the President of the United States launches a huge lawsuit, I think it was $10 billion, I believe, checking the number, make sure I had that right, $10 billion. Wow, that's a whopper, even for an establishment as large as the Wall Street Journal. That's an intimidating factor. If you're in the press and you know that ABC has been sued and settled, CBS has been sued and settled, the Wall Street Journal, for disclosing a story, is sued for $10 billion, you get a little careful about what you think of putting in your newspaper. This is intimidation. This is not freedom of the press. This is the corruption of freedom of the press. Now, at this moment, there is a discharge petition over in the House of Representatives. And in the House, under their rules, if you get a certain number of signatures, you can get a bill voted on, debated and voted on the floor. There is no such thing here in the Senate, though maybe we would be beneficiary should there be such a rule. But we don't have that. The House does. And that petition is short one signature to be able to discharge. And it so happens that there was an election, and in that election, the candidate who won is a Democrat and has pledged that when she is sworn in to the House of Representatives, she will sign that petition. That petition is to hold a vote on releasing the Epstein files. The House of Representatives left town in part to escape having to vote on disclosing the Epstein files. Because the President of the United States doesn't want them to vote. Now, that's not the way it should work under our Constitution. The collective opinion of the House about what they should do should prevail. They shouldn't simply just be a rubber stamp for the opinion of the President. So they have been out for a month, partly to avoid swearing in the winner of a by-election who, when sworn in, will provide a signature that could lead to a House vote on the Epstein files. Now, here in the Senate, we had a vote. There was a place in the amendment tree that was free. So the minority leader thought it was important that we vote on releasing the Epstein files, so he filed my bill, as it turns out, as an amendment so that we would vote on it. And he called it up. So we did have a vote here. Only the vote wasn't directly on the amendment. It was on the motion to table the amendment. Nevertheless, it reflected the disposition, and more or less, it was a party line vote. Every Democrat voted against tabling so that we would, in fact, consider that Epstein file bill directly. And almost all Republicans voted to table. In other words, they wanted to kill this amendment rather than vote on it. And so we've had the vote in the Senate. I'd like to still see us have a vote directly, because if there is, in fact, evidence of crimes involving assaults and rapes on underage women in America, people should be held accountable. I would think 100 senators would say, if there is evidence of individuals who were involved in the rape of teenage girls, they should be held accountable. But the majority of the Senate decided not to hold the president accountable. And the president filed a $10 billion lawsuit over the release of just a single page of a drawing that he did for Epstein's 50th birthday book. That's how worried the president is about his association with Epstein. Trump has gone after a government-funded meeting as well. Do we have the list of states? Thank you. But before I turn to that, the assault on PBS and NPR, I want to note that the clock is turning midnight in Alabama and Arkansas and Illinois and Iowa and Louisiana and Minnesota and Missouri and Mississippi, Oklahoma and Wisconsin, a great swath of American states. And since it's turning midnight for the second time in America, first time here on the East Coast, I'll turn again to this excerpt from Paul Revere's Ride. And do you have the full poem as well? Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. And lo, as he looks on the belfry's height, a glimmer and then a gleam of light, he springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. The second lamp indicated attack by the British was coming from the sea. A hurry of hoofs in the village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles in passing a spark, struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet. That was all, and yet through the gloom and the light, the fate of the nation was riding that night, and the spark struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance, not of fear, a voice in the darkness, a knock on the door, a word that shall echo forevermore. For born on the night wind of the past, through all of our history to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere. The midnight message that the colonies were in trouble. They were under attack by the British. And now It is our United States Constitution and our freedoms that are under attack by the President of the United States. I was asking for the full poem from my team member, Mike, because I love the first part of this poem, which describes how a person put the lamps in the belfry, and then he climbed the tower of the Old North Church by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread to the belfry chamber overhead, and startled the pigeons from their perch on the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade, by the trembling ladder steep and tall to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and look down a moment on the roofs of the town and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath, in the churchyard, lay the dead in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear like a sentinel's tread the watchful night wind as it went, creeping along from tent to tent and seeming to whisper, "All is well." A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dead, for suddenly all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats in the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred with a heavy stride on the opposite shore, walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the Old North Church as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and somber and still, and lo as he looks on the belfry's height. And that's when he saw the glimmer of light, and then not one but two lanterns, the signal that a ship was the source of the attack. The attack was coming from the sea. And off he went to make the warnings to folks. There are times in our history when it is important to ring the alarm bells. And I am standing before you here at 1:05 Eastern Time, uncomfortable after standing this many hours. My back is not a happy camper. I messed it up jogging some weeks ago. But I'm going to stand here for some time more to do all I can to ring the alarm bells, to sound the alarm that an authoritarian has taken control of our government. And is brutally assaulting due process and freedom of speech and freedom of press, freedom of assembly, weaponizing the judiciary to go after the folks he considers to be his political enemies. That's what dictators do in far-flung countries. They lock up their opponents. You know, I was down in Nicaragua, my daughter, a few years ago. She was working for the summer guiding treks through the volcanoes in that country. And while I was there was an election approaching. And what was happening? The president of the country, Daniel Ortega, was coordinating the imprisonment of those who might run against him. Nothing quite intimidates you from running for president like the existing president locking you up. Campaign over. No election held. And now we have a president with an enemies list who is targeting those he's disagreed with, those who have criticized him, for special strategy of persecution and prosecution. That is not the way we do things in America. That is injustice, not justice. It's a huge assault against the value that every child hears when they hear the law applies to the rich and powerful here, and it's administered with integrity, not with political vengeance. But here we are now, just like those countries far-flung with dictators, where the government targets its political enemies and goes after them. And of course, Trump goes after government-funded media as well as the broadcast media. On May 1st, he issued an executive order slashing funding for PBS and NPR. Now, the president doesn't have a line item veto. Can't do that, but he did it. In this case, he did submit a request to Congress to approve his cuts. And I would say, unfortunately, it did get a majority vote in the House and Senate. So at least that piece, that attack, was done according to the law. Unlike these other lawsuits, which were kind of extortionist. On September 30th, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting ceased operating. In March, Trump began to dismantle the Voice of America, which was created to counter propaganda from authoritarian governments during the Second World War. Why in the hell is the President of the United States dismantling a voice that counters propaganda from authoritarian governments? We think of Liberty's torch held high, Statue of Liberty, beacon to the world. But it has some deeper meanings to Americans. Welcome to the land of freedom. Welcome to the land of opportunity. Not welcome to the land of authoritarian control. And as a beacon, as a light to the world, represents what we stand for and have stood for in so many corners of the globe, leading to such enormous respect and admiration for our country. But here is the President of the United States dismantling the Voice of America, which stood up for freedom around the world. Voice of America had become a powerful check on disinformation from authoritarian regimes, broadcasting in 49 languages to 360 million people every week. And now that powerful voice has been silenced. Authoritarians around the world celebrated these cuts, including the Chinese government, which quickly took over the radio frequencies. And let's not forget that on February 12th, Trump removed the Associated Press from the White House press pool because they refused to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, controlling who can be in the press pool at the White House, So ABC attacked, CBS attacked, Wall Street Journal attacked, Voice of America attacked, Public Broadcasting attacked, Associated Press attacked. That's what an assault on freedom of the press looks like. Even the world's richest billionaires who own social media platforms and claim to champion free speech have fallen in line, to the point of literally falling in line behind Trump at his inauguration. To understand why, we only need to think back to 2016. At a rally in Fort Worth, Texas, in 2016, Trump threatened Jeff Bezos, who owns Amazon and the Washington Post, with an antitrust action, saying, if I become president, oh, do they have problems. They're going to have such problems. Little surprise then that the Washington Post editorial board did not endorse a presidential candidate in 2024 for the first time in 36 years after being threatened by Donald Trump. His threats have an impact because he's president of the United States. Nor did the Los Angeles Times endorse. And Trump has gone further, suppressing freedom of speech, taking control of the Kennedy Center and the Smithsonian museums, canceling programs, reviewing exhibits, firing employees, scrubbing federal websites of words he opposes. Censorship, alive and well. And then, egregiously, we have the utilization of a 1952 Red Scare law. That law said the Secretary of State, if he didn't like what someone said or views that were held and thought that person might be a risk to the United States, could deny the visa. But even during McCarthyism at its height, this law was never used to expel people from the United States of America for expressing an opinion. But this year, our Secretary of State bragged about throwing hundreds of students out of our country because they expressed an opinion on the Middle East that our Secretary of State did not like. Talk about censorship and an assault on freedom of speech. I was always struck by the power of the phrase, I disagree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. That's the spirit that has imbued, invigorated our democracy and our freedom for 250 years. But now, because a student criticizes the Netanyahu government for their bombing campaign in Gaza and their deprivation campaign in Gaza and their destruction campaign in Gaza, they're thrown out of the country. I thought universities were places where we encourage students to examine each other's views, to debate the issues right and wrong. Certainly, a university is a place where robust debate and differences of opinions should be aired. That's part of the learning process. People grow up when they're in a university and hear things that conflict with their established viewpoint they had with their family. You know, I grew up in a blue-collar community. I didn't know people who had gone to college. Nobody in my family had gone to college. I go off to my first year of college, and I'm in classes about European history and American history, about international affairs, and I'm going, really? Things I'm hearing, the things I'm reading, they don't match the impressions I had growing up. A lot of those impressions came from Reader's Digest. And Reader's Digest had a certain light on the world, a certain angle on the world, and now in the university I was exposed to many other opinions. Throwing people out of our country because they express an opinion the Secretary of State doesn't like, that is massively egregious assault on freedom of speech and an intimidation. Students like Mahmoud Khalil at Columbia University or Rumeysa Ozturk at Tufts, neither accused of a crime, both simply exercised the freedom of speech we all assumed they had. But they exercised it to protest Netanyahu's war in Gaza. And that was unacceptable to our Secretary of State, and he revoked their visas and the visas of hundreds of other students, saying we do it every day, every time I find one of these lunatics. There's a lot of people I disagree with, but it's kind of just a cheap shot to dismiss their viewpoints by calling them a lunatic. They often have a whole set of arguments that are worth hearing and worth understanding. And that's what should be happening in the process of learning, the process of education, not throwing people out because they air a view you disagree with, that one person in our government, the Secretary of State, disagrees with. That law, we should get rid of it. We should have 100 senators here saying, amen, we're getting rid of that law. It says an alien can be excluded if the Secretary of State personally determines the alien's admission to the United States would compromise a compelling U.S. foreign policy interest. It doesn't even sound like that law authorizes someone being expelled from the United States. The alien's admission sounds like the alien's entry into the United States would compromise a compelling U.S. foreign policy interest. Well, extraordinarily vague standard for sure, extraordinary power to be invested in one person, to be chief censor of the United States of America, a chilling attempt to silence free speech that presents viewpoints out of favor with the administration. And now, the Trump administration is seeking complete control of press reporting at the Pentagon. Thankfully, all media outlets, or virtually all, I should say, have refused to submit to this new policy. I'll read and share a report from the Washington Post and a second from an NPR journalist. The first story, media, including Fox News, overwhelmingly reject Pentagon press policy, October 15th. So, hot off the press almost. Fox News, along with ABC, CBS, NBC, did not sign the Defense Department's press policy by Tuesday's deadline, having earlier in the day denounced the new regulations in a joint statement that included CNN, which previously said it would not sign. Quote, today, we join virtually every other news organization in declining to agree to the Pentagon's new requirements, which would restrict journalists' ability to keep the nation and the world informed of important national security issues, the news networks wrote. Quote, the policy is without precedent and threatens core journalistic protections. We will continue to cover the U.S. military as each of our organizations has done for many decades, upholding the principles of a free and independent press. Fox's dissent is notable, considering the Trump-friendly views of many of its opinion hosts. And I'm just continuing to read what's written here in this article, whose ranks previously included Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. The policy prohibits journalists from accessing or soliciting information the Defense Department doesn't make available for them and revokes Pentagon press credentials for those who will not sign up. The new rules have drawn an anguished chorus of detractors across the ideological spectrum since they were announced last month. Censorship. Plain and simple. Reporters being told they cannot ask questions. They can only report the information that is handed to them in a press release. Well, so much for any story that matters. Press releases just toot the department's own horn. They're certainly not going to lay out the stories that Americans need to hear about. You know, I worked for 2 years in the Pentagon for Secretary Weinberger. Secretary Weinberger was President Reagan's Secretary of Defense, and I was hired as a presidential fellow. And I had the privilege in that role of interviewing about 50 offices throughout the building and then arranging to work for different offices, often for 3 to 4 months, and then rotating. So I worked a lot of different roles. My first assignment was to serve as the desk officer for Jordan for the Defense Security Assistance Agency. And the reason for that is one desk officer had previously covered Lebanon and Jordan, but then the tower the Marines were housed in Lebanon was blown up. A lot of Marines died. And in that moment going forward, Lebanon required whole attention. And yet Jordan, we were trying to get involved in the Middle East peace process. So and there was an upcoming meeting to discuss military aid, and someone needed to staff and prepare. So that was my role in that first assignment. I was in a bunch of different assignments, most of them involving strategic nuclear policy. But one of the assignments was to be a budget analyst for a research and engineering section. And the way this worked is every program got a budget review. And I was assigned a long list of programs, and then I would hold a little hearing in which the colonel or whoever was in charge of that program would come in and we'd look through all the financial records and determine, is this program making sense? And I'd write up what was called a program budget decision, a PBD. And that program budget decision basically said things like, no, we can cut this program by X because they're carrying over funds. Or we can cut this program or eliminate this program because it's no longer serving the purpose it was intended. In fact, they didn't actually use the funds the previous year, or so on and so forth. But in the course of that, I saw a huge amount of waste in the Pentagon programs. And at that time, there were tons of stories being written about waste in the Pentagon. They still, to this date, can't account for the money that's given to them. You hear people on both sides of the aisle saying, even after all these years and all these requirements, that they have a vastly improved auditing system to be able to track where the money goes, they still can't do it. They still don't do it. And none of those stories would be written if you were just reporting on a press release, because they weren't flattering stories. And you had journalists asking questions about this and that and asking for documents and trying to get to the bottom of what was really going on. And all of that is what Pete Hegseth is trying to suppress. It's assault on freedom of the press. Many TV networks joined many other outlets in saying no. And now I'm reading the story again from Scott Nover. including the Post, Washington Post, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Associated Press, Reuters, Bloomberg News, the Atlantic. Right-wing outlets including Newsmax, the Washington Times, the Daily Caller, and the Washington Examiner also declined to sign, along with a raft of defense-related trade publications. As of Tuesday's 5 p.m. deadline, only the MAGA-friendly One America News said it would sign the policy. Well, that's certainly an egregious attack on freedom of the press. Ring the alarm bells. It's not one misunderstood event. It's ABC, it's CBS, it's the use of licenses and mergers to compel, lawsuits to compel, it's Wall Street Journal, it's NPR, it's the Voice of America, and then it's all of these other news agencies being asked to stop doing basic reporting on military affairs. This is a page that has all of the groups that refused to sign and the one that did. One America News signed and approximately 35-ish organizations refused. Okay, and now Tom Bowman wrote an article titled, "Why I'm Handing in My Pentagon Press Pass." Today, NPR will lose access to the Pentagon because we will not sign an unprecedented Defense Department document which warns that journalists may lose their press credentials for soliciting even unclassified information from federal employees that has not been officially approved for release. That policy prevents us from doing our job. Signing that document would make us stenographers parroting press releases, not watchdogs holding government officials accountable. No reputable news organization signed the new rule, not mainstream outlets like NPR, the Washington Post, CNN, the New York Times, nor the conservative Washington Times or the right-wing Newsmax, run by a noted ally of President Trump. Some 100 resident Pentagon press will be barred from the building if they don't sign by the end of the business day, Tuesday. I have held, this is Tom Bowman speaking, I've held my Pentagon press pass for 28 years. For most of that time, when I wasn't overseas in combat zones embedded with troops, I walked the halls, talking to and getting to know officers from all over the globe, times visiting them in their offices. Did I, as a writer, solicit information? Of course, that's called journalism. Finding out what's really going on behind the scenes and not accepting wholesale what any government or administration says. I remember how then Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was ecstatic after the fall of Baghdad in 2003, insisting that it showed the success of the U.S. invasion. Not long after, I ran into an officer at the Pentagon who told me, "No, Tom, it's not a success. Saddam Hussein's supporters are attacking our supply lines. Now we have to send more troops back to guard them." That was the quote. That was because an adequate number of forces to Iraq to begin with, a fact another Army general warned me about unsolicited, and I reported on before the war even began. Instead of towing the official line, their reporting helped people understand what U.S. troops were really facing. Far from being a success, the fall of Baghdad marked the beginning of an insurgency that stretched on for years. And then the article goes on to convey. You know, when I was first elected and came here to the Senate, we were still in the Afghanistan war, which I had quite fiercely opposed. I didn't think that the strategy of trying to occupy Afghanistan, a country of vastly different population from the United States, economy that was often based on very rural, agricultural, village-based practices, that often had regional militias controlled by a strongman, a place where the language, obviously, the dominant language differed from the U.S., the dominant religion differed, the world experiences differed. I remember there was a poem by Rudyard Kipling about the British experience in Afghanistan. And the end of the poem always stuck in my head, although I may not have the lines exactly right, but it went something like this. If you are injured and lying on the Afghanistan plain, roll over on your rifle and blow out your brain before the women come out and carve up what remains. Something like that. But the essence of it was the British were unwelcome in Afghanistan. The Afghani people prided themselves on having expelled foreign group after foreign group after foreign group over the centuries, including the Russians. I went up to the bridge in the northern part of Afghanistan where the last Russian forces had retreated back into Russia out of Afghanistan. We needed reporters to tell us what the hell was really going on in Afghanistan. Because when you visit there, you got the rosiest story. Oh, we have this great program in which people are signing up to be part of the army, and it's ending corruption in the society, and they are really taking to that training, and they're going to be able to defend themselves, and we won't be needed, and we have this new strategy of take and hold, because our old strategy of take and then leave didn't work, and so on and so forth. Reporters are essential to understanding the defense enterprise. The idea the Department of Defense is trying to shut down reporters and only have them issue the happy face press releases, that is a terrible insult to the American people. It's a terrible transgression of freedom of the press. So, not okay. Well, there's been quite a list of assaults by this government on freedom of press. When I was seated in the rotunda for the president's inauguration, his inaugural speech, just down the hall from here, Trump claimed in that speech to have, and I quote, brought free speech back to America. But the opposite is the case. This president has launched an unparalleled assault on freedom of speech and freedom of the press, and is doing all he can with every lever available to intimidate and silence his critics. But let me pause for a moment and return to why we are in a government shutdown. And in one word, healthcare. Republicans have shut down the government to continue the strategy of slashing Americans' health care. Why did they pass this, what they called the big beautiful bill, that was actually a big ugly assault on Americans' health care? Why did they do it? Well, the short answer is to help fund tax breaks for billionaires. Why did they proceed to lay out a vast reduction in Medicaid that would be implemented after the next election? Because they thought a lot of people would be upset by it. Well, because it helps fund tax breaks for billionaires. Why did they cut nutrition programs for children? Well, because it's tax breaks for billionaires. And because all those cuts weren't enough to fund all the tax breaks they wanted to give, the bill also increases the national debt by $30 trillion over the next 30 years. Hardly a monument to fiscal responsibility. It's a families lose, billionaires win proposition. In Oregon, the average cost of buying health care on this exchange is forecast to increase by some 68%. Now, we'll probably have some updates to that number because the new cost of the premiums and the new lower tax credits have been posted, and people are starting to get letters telling them what their policy will be. But estimated to be about $1,300 a person. Nationally, expected to skyrocket 114% on average, more than double. More than double. Not inflation of 3% or 4% or 5%. People might grumble about 3, 4, 5%, be pretty upset by 10%. But 68% or 114%, a doubling, more than doubling, that's an issue for families. And that's what's being done, slashing those credits. And people will be hurt. People will go without insurance. And their modest health care problems will become big health care problems. And their trips to the emergency room to address those big health care problems will be more expensive, both because of the emergency room and because the problem is now much larger. And the fact that they don't have insurance to pay the bill means there'll be a lot less revenue for those clinics and hospitals. The Shep Center estimates 300 plus rural hospitals will be forced to close by the drop in revenue from the attack on health care, including the attack on Medicaid. It's a red carpet for the billionaires. It is red tape for America's families. Make it hard to sign up for health care. I believe health care is so fundamental that it's a right. In any nation that seeks to provide a foundation for its families to thrive, basic health care is a given. And the health outcomes are better in virtually every other advanced nation around the world, developed nation around the world. They spend less and they have better health outcomes than our system. So our system is not perfect, but it was vastly improved under President Obama. It was improved because we said folks who are not eligible for Medicaid should be eligible, like people with disabilities and veterans. And we said the level at which you're eligible should be expanded upwards because the people outside of Medicaid are still too poor to buy insurance. And then we said But middle-class insurance was too expensive, so we should provide some tax credits to help people buy those policies. And we should put it up on an exchange so people compare those private policies so they can pick the best policy for their family. In April of 2009, I'm a new senator. I'm here, and somebody hands me a copy of a piece written by Frank Luntz. And he was an advisor to the Republican Party. And what this said was, regardless of what Democrats propose under the Obama administration and the Democratic majority to improve health care, we will try to stop it. And we have done focus groups to find out the most effective way to stop it. And the most effective way is to call it a government takeover. And I was just stunned, just absolutely stunned by this presentation. Here's someone saying, if the other party has some good ideas to improve health care, we're going to oppose it regardless. And no matter what it is, we'll call it a government takeover because that phrase makes people angry. Well, it was such a big lie. The proposal that came forward was modeled on a Republican governor who was later a senator here, Mitt Romney. When he was a governor for a Democratic state, he proposed giving tax credits to help people buy insurance policies from private companies. No government takeover at all. But here was this press release saying, here's our strategy. It wasn't even a press release. It was an internal document advising Republicans and Republican leadership on the best way to defeat a health care proposal, regardless of what the proposal was. And I just thought, aren't we all here working together to improve health care? Boy, did I feel naive. And what I found was something I had heard about but didn't really believe till I came here, which is we'd become trapped in entrenched warfare in which the minority party, instead of seeking to actually produce good policies, is mainly aiming at frustrating the majority party. And this was kind of the revelation in strategy, or the revolution in strategy that Gingrich pursued. He said, you know, we here in the House have been striving every cycle to get our ideas into the majority's bills, and we get quite a few of them in, and we like that. But it doesn't present a case for us being in the majority. So let's shift gears, quit working with the Democrats and say, and frustrate them as much as we can. And when they fail, we'll say, look, dump them, elect us. They didn't get the job done. Over here in the Senate, Mitch McConnell said, hey, obstruction, Gingrich gives obstruction a good name. And then this cycle of obstruction began here in the Senate. Only in the Senate, there's more tools for the minority to obstruct the majority of either party. Republicans obstructing a majority Democrats, or Democrats obstructing a Republican majority. That's not the way to make this world work better, this country to work better. So here we are with this purely partisan, big ugly betrayal of a bill that slashes health care. And Democrats reached out and said, look, let's fix this. This is going to be bad politics for you all Republicans. You know, 75%, actually I think it was 78%, of the folks who are on the policies are in states Trump won on the exchange, are in policies on the exchange. So it isn't Democrats saying, hey, the bulk of the folks are in blue states, so we're going to propose something. No, the idea is to help anyone afflicted by this egregious attack on health care because we want families to thrive. We don't want to families lose, billionaires win, slash programs that are fundamental to families, to give even bigger trust funds for billionaires to pass on to 5 generations into the future. That's not going to make America better. Enable families to thrive. And health care is one of the foundations. One of the questions becomes, what is the connection between this bill and Trump's authoritarian takeover? The key is that when you have an authoritarian takeover, you listen to the billionaires. Do we have that picture still of the billionaires? Of the billionaires lined up behind the president at the inaugural address, the swearing in. Not champions for health care and housing and education and infrastructure investment and good paying jobs, but instead, folks like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, the billionaires. And so an authoritarian government listens to billionaires. They have power. And they pass a bill giving even more money and power to the billionaires, slashing the programs for the people. That's the connection between the authoritarian strategy of President Trump, his inclinations, his violations of the separation of powers, violation of the checks and balances. It's a connection between that authoritarianism and the bill that was passed, what Trump called the big, beautiful bill, and many of us called the big, ugly betrayal. Why do we call it a betrayal? Because Trump campaigned on helping families. But that bill slashed programs to help families to fund tax breaks for billionaires. That bill slashed nutrition to fund tax breaks for billionaires. That bill added $30 trillion to our debt over the next 30 years to fund tax breaks for billionaires. Authoritarian government stops caring about what serves the people of the United States of America and starts producing bills designed to help billionaires at their expense. That is the connections. It's a families lose, billionaires win, authoritarian takeover of America, and every red-blooded patriot in this country who values our freedom needs to make sure they hear the alarm bells ringing and ring the bells themselves so we can have a families thrive and billionaires pay their fair share agenda in its place. The third chapter of this book, How Democracies Die, lays out a little bit more about the American story. On June 15th, 2015, I'm just reading straight from the book here, real estate developer and reality TV star Donald Trump descended an escalator to the lobby of his own building, Trump Tower, to make an announcement. He's running for president. At the time, he's just another long-shot candidate who thought his wealth and celebrity might give him a chance at the very least, allow him to bask in the spotlight for a few months, like fellow businessman Henry Ford a century earlier. Trump held some extremist views. His most recent experience with politics had been as a birther, questioning whether President Barack Obama was born in the United States. To the extent that leading media and political figures took him seriously, it was to denounce him. But the primary system opened up the presidential nomination more than ever before in American history. And openness is a double-edged sword. In this new environment, a wider range of politicians, from George McGovern to Barack Obama, would now compete seriously for the presidency. But the window was now also open to true outsiders, individuals who hadn't held elective office. In the 23 years between 1945 and 68, under the old convention system, only a single outsider, Dwight Eisenhower, publicly sought the nomination of either party. By contrast, during the first 2 decades of the primary system, 1972 through 1992, 8 outsiders ran, 5 Democrats and 3 Republicans, an average of 1.25 per election. And between 1996 and 2016, 18 outsiders competed in one of the two parties' primaries, an average of 3 per election. The post-72 primary system was especially vulnerable to a particular kind of outsider, individuals with enough fame or money to skip the invisible primary. Now, the invisible primary, as we talked about earlier, is the fact that in order to run, you have to put a lot of money together, so it means you have to reach out to a lot of folks across America and ask for their support, ask for the support of mayors and county commissioners and governors and senators and House members and other people with deep pockets to contribute to your campaign. That's the invisible primary. The editorial page writers, you reach out to them all to try to say, hey, listen to my message, it matters, I would be a good choice, please get involved, please help, please write a favorable story about me. That's the invisible primary. In other words, those who can skip the invisible primary are celebrities, affluents. Although conservative outsiders Pat Robinson, Pat Buchanan, Steve Forbes did not manage to overcome the effects of the invisible primary during the 80s and 90s, their relative success provided clues on how it might be done. Forbes, an extraordinarily wealthy businessman, was able to buy name recognition, while Robertson, a televangelist who founded the Christian Broadcasting Network, CBN, and Buchanan, a television commentator and early Republican proponent of white nationalism, were both colorful figures with special media access. Although none of them won the nomination, they used massive wealth and celebrity status to become contenders. But in the end, celebrity contenders, outsiders, had fallen short. And so on the early summer afternoon, in the gilded lobby of the Trump Tower, there seemed to be no reason to think things would be different. To win the nomination, Trump would have to compete in an intricate web of caucuses and primaries against 16 other candidates. Many of his rivals boasted the kind of resume that had been the hallmark of successful candidates in the past. At the head of the pack was Florida Governor Jeb Bush, brother of the former president. There were other governors as well, including Wisconsin's Scott Walker, Louisiana's Bobby Jindal, New Jersey's Chris Christie, Ohio's John Kasich, and several other rising Republican stars, younger, media-savvy politicians, Senators Marco Rubio and Rand Paul, who hope to replicate Barack Obama's fast track to the presidency. Texas, home to 3 of the last 8 elected presidents, offered 2 more candidates, Senator Ted Cruz and former Governor Rick Perry. Besides Trump, 2 other outsiders threw their hats in the ring, businesswoman Carly Fiorina and neurosurgeon Ben Carson. Trump could not hope to win the support of the establishment. Not only did he lack political experience, but he wasn't even a lifelong Republican. Where Bush, Rubio, Cruz, Christie, Walker, and Kasich all had deep Republican roots, Trump had switched his party registration several times and even contributed to Hillary Clinton's campaign for the Senate. Even after Trump began to surge in the polls, few people took his candidacy seriously. In August 2015, 2 months after Trump declared his candidacy, Las Vegas bookmakers gave him a 100-to-1 odds of winning the White House. In November 2015, as Trump sat high atop the Republican polls, Nate Silver, founder of 538 blog, whose uncannily accurate predictions in 2008 and 12 elections had earned him fame and prestige, wrote an article titled, "Dear Media, Stop Freaking Out About Donald Trump's Poll Numbers." The article predicted Trump's weakness among party insiders would spell his demise. Despite Trump's seemingly large lead, Silver assured us, his chances of winning the nomination were considerably less than 20%. But the world had changed. Party gatekeepers were shells of what they once were, for two main reasons. One was a dramatic increase in the availability of outside money. That outside money accelerated, but hardly caused, by the Supreme Court's 2010 Citizens United decision. Now even marginal presidential candidates, Michelle Bachmann, Herman Cain, Howard Dean, Bernie Sanders, could raise large sums of money, either by funding their own billionaire financier or by finding their own billionaire financier or through small donations via the internet. The proliferation of well-funded primary candidates indicated a more open and fluid political environment. The other major factor diminishing the power of traditional gatekeepers was the explosion of alternative media, particularly cable news and social media, whereas the path to national name recognition once ran through relatively few mainstream channels favoring establishment politicians. The news media environment made it easier for celebrities to achieve wide name recognition and public support practically overnight. This was particularly true on the Republican side, where the emergence of Fox News and influential radio talk show personalities, what political commentator David Frum calls the conservative entertainment complex, radicalized conservative voters to the benefit of ideological extreme candidates. This gave rise to such phenomenon as Herman Cain, the former Godfather Pizza CEO and radio talk host, who rocketed to the top of the Republican polls in late 2011 before flaming out because of scandal. In short, the nomination process was now wide open. So this chapter lays out how in our modern system, the filters that were first envisioned by our founders, which was that people would elect local leaders that they trusted and admired to go to the Electoral College, and the Electoral College would make sure that the person in the White House was a person of character and qualities that suited the office, the responsibilities of the office, the demands of the office. Well, that was wiped out when the electors became bound to the party. And still, there was another factor that served as a bit of a filtering mechanism, and that's what the authors are calling the invisible primary. The fact that in order to run across a land as large as the United States, you have to find a lot of support, and you have to find a lot of support through an incredible number of meetings, phone calls, persuasion of mayors and state leaders and congressional members and news media commentators and so forth. And that invisible primary, you have to raise a lot of money as well. And that served as sort of a vetting mechanism that gave kind of folks who had been in the business of policy and politics some considerable influence. But the modern system in Citizens United, which allows massive donations, unlimited in size, allows anonymous donations, as long as those donations go not directly to the candidate, but to someone supporting a parallel campaign for the candidate. Now, I'm going to come back to this question of how Citizens United has proceeded to change the dynamics of American politics. But it is now 12 o'clock somewhere, and that somewhere, midnight, is Mountain Time, midnight on Mountain Time, in Colorado, in Montana, New Mexico, Utah, Wyoming, Idaho, and Arizona. Basically all but the West Coast now. And so, it's midnight again. Let's turn back to Paul Revere's Ride once again, and the poem by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. And before I was reading excerpts, I think I'll just read the whole poem this time round. Kind of an American classic, but it has to do with the importance of ringing the alarm bells when there's a threat. A threat to the colonies, in that case, a threat to the United States now from authoritarian control from the president. So this is the poem that Henry Wadsworth Longfellow wrote about the ride of Paul Revere. This one, Kleenex. Clean it. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, if the British march by land or sea from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light, one if by land and two if by sea. And I, on the opposite shore, shall be ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm for the country folk to be up and to arm. Then, good night, and with muffled oar, silently rowed to the Charleston shore, just as the moon rose over the bay, where swinging wide at her moorings lay the Somerset, the British man of war, a phantom ship with each mast and spar across the moon, like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified by its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile, his friend, through alley and street, wanders and watches with eager ears, till in the silence around him he hears a muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms and the tramp of feet, and the measured tread of the grenadiers marching down to their boats on the shore. Then he climbed the tower, the old North Church, by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread, to the belfry chamber overhead, and startled pigeons from their perch on the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade by the trembling ladder, steep and tall, to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and look down a moment on the roofs of the town and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath in the churchyard lay the dead, in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear, like a sentinel's tread, the watchful night wind as it went creeping along from tent to tent and seeming to whisper, all is well. A moment only, he feels the spell of the place and the hour and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dead, for suddenly all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide, like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred, with a heavy stride on the opposite shore walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth, and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the old North Church as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and somber and still, And lo, as he looks at the belfry's height, a glimmer and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in the village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles in passing a spark, struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet. That was all. And yet, through the gloom and the light, the fate of a nation was riding that night. And the sparks struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. He has left the village and mounted the steep, and beneath him, tranquil, broad, and deep, is the mystic meeting the ocean tides, and under the alders, the skirt its edge, now soft on the sand, now loud on the ledge, is heard the tramp of his steed as he rides. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock and the barking of the farmer's dog, and he felt the damp of the river fog that rises after the sun goes down. It was 1 by the village clock when he galloped into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swim in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting house windows, blank and bare, gaze at him with a spectral glare, as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work they would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock and the twitter of the birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown. And one was safe and asleep in his bed who was at the bridge would be first to fall, who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball. You know the rest in the books you have read, how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, then crossing the fields to emerge again under the trees at the turn of the road, only pausing to fire and load. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance, not of fear. A voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, a word that shall echo evermore. For born on the night wind of the past, through all our history to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and dread and need, the people will awaken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere. And the people will awaken and listen to hear the midnight message of Paul Revere. I'm here tonight to ring the alarm bells. That the attack on due process, on freedom of speech, freedom of the press, the weaponization of the Department of Justice against political enemies, the assault on our fundamental constitutional separation of powers, particularly the power of the purse, and the effort to direct the military into our towns to assault peaceful protesters. This is the work of an authoritarian government, featuring all the basic features when a republic has lost its checks and balances. It has instead a rubber stamp for a legislature, a Supreme Court that delivers court decision after court decision, transmitting powers to the executive that don't exist in our Constitution, and an aggressive authoritarian personality at the helm. We are in deep trouble. Ring the alarm bells. Hear the alarm bells. When folks in my town halls ask what they can do, I said, get off the couch. You can't save our republic with a pillow over your head. Fiercely hold your electeds accountable. Press them with your messages on the phone, with your messages in the email, with your messages at the town halls, with your demonstrations in the street. Demonstrate outside their office. Let them know you want us to defend our republic against this authoritarian takeover. And join affinity groups, because to be angry and alone is to be depressed. But to be angry and organized with others is to be energized and effective. And the only way you stop an authoritarian takeover is for citizens to be energized and effective. And those folks at my town hall, they challenged me. They said, you're not doing enough. Look what happened last week with the assault on our networks, with the president trying to shape and intimidate what they can say and who they can have on their programs, and even what comedians can be there at night if the comedians are insulting the president. The president doesn't like that, and they need to behave because their licenses, their broadcast license, their mergers are in trouble. So ABC and CBS bent the knee. How can this be happening? Do more. Call it out. Here's the president attacking public broadcasting, shutting down the Voice of America, which has been our voice to counter disinformation around the world since it was founded, with a particular emphasis on making sure that the disinformation from authoritarian governments around the world was countered with truth. A light to the world, to so many populations who could never get the truth from their own government, but could get the truth from the Voice of America. The attack on the Wall Street Journal threatened $10 billion lawsuit because they published a picture allegedly drawn by President Trump that President Trump didn't want publicly disclosed. Collectively, we are in deep trouble. When Paul Revere wrote, the underlying sense was people heard him, and they responded, and they repulsed the British attack. Now we need Americans to make sure that they hear the voices expressed 7 million strong at 2,700 locations across the country on Saturday, saying we do not have a king. A president is not a king, and a law is not a suggestion, and a constitution is not optional. 7 million people taking the streets to hold us accountable, to hold the president accountable. Are we listening? Are we responding to the threat? So I'm going to skip through the balance of this chapter, which lays out essentially what I was describing, and that is that the circumstances had changed about the way presidential candidates are selected, which gave a lot of room to have candidates who would not have been eligible before because they didn't carry, if you will, the life experience or the character suitable to serving in the Oval Office. But Citizens United changed a lot of that. Citizens United said, hey, if you're an ordinary citizen and you make a donation, it has to be disclosed if it's over $200, and you're limited as to how much you can give. I think the levels are quite high, actually. There's very few people can afford to give that amount, but it's $7,000 now at this moment. $3,500 in the primary and $3,500 in the general. Limit of $7,000. And disclosure. But if you give it to the friend of the candidate to run a parallel campaign, you can give unlimited sums and you can give it secretly. So what do we see in the last election? Well, we saw, for example, executives from the crypto community put $40 million into an Ohio Senate race because the incumbent was the chair of the banking committee, and the crypto community did not think that that individual, that senator, had been attentive enough to their desires. And so $40 million. Can you imagine? I mean, think about this from the normal point of view of Americans. If you're going to raise $1 million in 3 months, 90 days, you won't do it even if you get on the phone and you raise $10,000 every night. You'll still only have $900,000, and a couple hundred of that will be spent on the costs of fundraising. So just imagine. I mean, who in America thinks they can sit on a phone and raise $10,000 a night? It's absurd. Like, it's an absurd amount of money. But that's for $1 million. Here, a couple executives put $40 million into a race. And although they weren't required to disclose who they were, they wanted the world to know. So a crypto bill flew through this chamber because senators are terrified that they'll be the next target of Citizens United money, just like our former colleague from Ohio was a target. Massive money like that, massively corrupting. And the argument of the Supreme Court, if you give the money directly to the candidate, well, yes, there can be limits because we can see how that could be influence a candidate. But if you give it to the friend of the candidate, well, the candidate isn't directly receiving the money from you, so they're not influenced. So therefore, no countervailing interest in our democracy to put a limit on donations done to the friend of the candidate to run a parallel campaign. It is a completely bogus argument. Nobody who's operated in the real world of politics thinks that if you give massive money to their friend to run a parallel campaign, somehow they're not aware of it and potentially influenced by it. So at the end of this chapter, they summarize the 4 warning signs of authoritarian power in the context of the early Trump 1 administration. Remember, this was written in 2018. So the first question or sign, concern about identifying authoritarian power was, does the candidate, or in this case, the president, successful candidate, reject the Constitution or express a willingness to violate it? Do they suggest a need for anti-democratic measures such as canceling elections, violating or suspending the Constitution, banning certain organizations, restricting basic civil or political rights? Do they seek to use or endorse the use of extra-constitutional means to change the government, such as military coup, violent insurrections, or mass protests aimed at forcing a change in the government? Do they attempt to undermine the legitimacy of elections, for example, by refusing to accept credible electoral results? And they proceed to go through and restate each of these 4 foundations that should make you worry that you're headed for an authoritarian takeover. Number 2 was the denial of legitimacy of political opponents. Do they baselessly describe their partisan rivals as criminals whose supposed violation of the law or potential to do so disqualifies them from full participation in the political arena? Well, Lock her up. The cry, lock her up, answers that question. Number 3, toleration or encouragement of violence. Have they tacitly endorsed violence by their supporters by refusing to unambiguously condemn it and punish it? Have they praised or refused to condemn other significant acts of political violence, either in the past or elsewhere in the world? Well, yes, again and again for Mr. Donald Trump. Think about how he tacitly encouraged violence against his capital. And many of us currently in the Senate were here at the moment that the mob, urged on by Trump, assaulted this Capitol, called for the death of the vice president, and tried to interrupt the counting of the ballots. The 4th, readiness to curtail civil liberties of opponents, including media. Have they supported laws or policies that restrict civil liberties, such as expanded libel or defamation laws, or laws restricting protest, criticism of the government, or civic or political organizations? Have they threatened to take legal or punitive action against critics in rival parties, civil society, or the media? Have they praised repressive measures taken by other governments, either in the past or elsewhere in the world? Well, yes and yes and yes. Have they threatened to take punitive action against critics? Trump has his list of enemies. He said publicly he intends to weaponize and is weaponizing the Judicial Department to go after them. Has he praised repressive measures? Well, yes, time and time again, praising dictators around the world. Not democracies, but dictators. So it's 4 for 4 in terms of the warning signs that exist for our democracy. And that was before the straight-out actions that we're witnessing today. As I noted, after I kind of summarize what the experts have laid out, in this book, How Democracies Die, the key point being that we may think democracies die through military coups, through men with guns. And yes, many democracies did die that way. But now, the way they're dying around the world is not men with guns. It's elected leaders who erode the boundaries of the checks and balances of the Constitution. That's the version in which we've seen republic after republic after republic slide into a strongman authoritarian state, and that's exactly what we're in the middle of right now here in the United States. So I addressed free speech. I addressed the violation of laws governing the executive. I addressed free press. But let's talk about how Trump is violating due process. Earlier, I noted how Secretary Rubio has used a McCarthyist 1952 law to silence the freedom of speech for foreign students who disagree with the administration over foreign policy. There was no due process for the students that Rubio disfavored, just as there was no due process for the Venezuelan immigrants Trump sent to El Salvador. Trump ignored the Supreme Court's 9-0 order to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Ignoring the Supreme Court's order is a huge, huge flag that we are deep into the authoritarian takeover of our country. Due process, the words, may sound like legal mumbo jumbo, but it is the guardian of our freedom. That before you can take away my freedom, you have to proceed in a certain fashion that gives me the ability to defend myself and not be simply tossed into a van and deported from the country or tossed into a prison cell. You must follow step by step. That's the due process, and that's what protects my freedom. The guardian of our freedom, due process, keeps any one of us from being locked up by an offended strongman. I want to read two pieces about the threats to due process and what they could mean for all of us. The first is titled, "The Emergency is Here." It's an Ezra Klein editorial or opinion piece, op-ed. The emergency is here. The crisis is now. It is not 6 months away. It is not another Supreme Court ruling away from what's happening. It's happening now. Perhaps not to you, not yet, but to others, real people. We know their names. We know their stories. The President of the United States is disappearing people to a Salvadoran prison for terrorists, a prison known by its initials, CECOT. A prison built for disappearance, a prison where there is no education or remediation or recreation, because it's a prison that does not intend to release its inhabitants back out into the world. It's a prison where the only way out, in the words of El Salvador's so-called justice minister, is a coffin. On Monday, President Trump said in the Oval Office, in front of the cameras, sitting next to President Nayib Bukele of El Salvador, that he would like to do this to U.S. citizens as well. Donald Trump, word for word. If it's a homegrown criminal, I have no problem. Now we're studying the laws right now. Pam is studying. If we can do that, that's good. And I'm talking about violent people. I'm talking about really bad people, every bit as bad as the ones coming in. He told Bukele that he'd need to build 5 more of these prisons because America has so many people Trump wants to send. Trump said, "Why? Do you think there's a special category person? They're as bad as anybody that comes in. We have bad ones too, and I'm all for it because we can do things with the president for less money and have great security. And we have a huge prison population. We have a huge number of prisons, and then we have the private prisons, and some are operated well, I guess, and some aren't." The Trump administration held the view that anyone they send to El Salvador is beyond the reach of American law. They have been disappeared from our country. They have been disappeared from our system and from any protection or process that system affords. Again, this is Ezra Klein's article. In our prisons, prisoners can be reached by our lawyers and by our courts and by our mercy. In El Salvador, they cannot. Names, stories. Let me tell you one of their names, one of their stories, as best we know it. Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia is from El Salvador. His mother, Cecilia, ran a pupuseria in San Salvador. A local gang, Barrio 18, began extorting the business, demanding monthly and then weekly payments. If the family didn't pay, Barrio 18 threatened to murder Kilmar's brothers, Caesar, or rape their sisters. Eventually, Barrio 18 demanded Caesar join their gang, at which point the family sent Caesar to America. Then Barrio 18 demanded the same of Kilmar, and in Kilmar, at age 16, was sent to America too. This was around 2011. This was what we mean when we say he entered illegally, a 16-year-old fleeing the only home he's known, afraid for his life. Abrego Garcia's life here seems to have been a life, and not an easy one. He lived in Maryland. He worked in construction. He met a woman. Her name is Jennifer, a U.S. citizen. She had 2 children from a past relationship. One had epilepsy. The other had autism. In 2019, they had a child together. That child, now 5, is deaf in one ear and also has autism. Jennifer was pregnant in 2019 on the day Abrego Garcia dropped off one kid at school, dropped off another at the babysitter, and drove to Home Depot to find construction work. He was arrested for loitering, asked if he was a gang member. He said no. He was put into ICE detention. The story gets stranger from here. About 4 hours after Abrego Garcia was picked up, and that appears to be the first contact he had with local police, a detective produced an allegation, citing a confidential informant, that Abrego Garcia is a gang member. Abrego Garcia has no criminal record, not here, and not in El Salvador. He was accused of being part of a gang that operates in New York, a state where he has never lived. Whoever produced the allegation was never cross-examined. When Abrego Garcia's attorney later tried to get more information, he was told the detective behind the accusation had been suspended and the officers in the unit would not speak to him. Abrego Garcia's partner, Jennifer Stefania Vasquez Sura, said she was shocked when the government said he should stay detained because Kilmar is an M13 gang member. Kilmar is not and has never been a gang member. I'm certain of that, she said. In June of 2019, when Abrego Garcia was still detained, he and Jennifer got married, exchanging rings through an officer separated by a pane of glass. Later that year, a judge ruled that Abrego Garcia could not be deported back to El Salvador because he might be murdered by Barrio 18, that his fear was credible. Abrego Garcia was then set free. Each year since then, he has checked in with immigration authorities. He has been employed as a sheet metal apprentice. He is a member of a union. He was studying for a vocational license at the University of Maryland. His last check-in with immigration authorities was on January 2nd. There has been no evidence anywhere offered by anyone that suggests Abrego Garcia poses a threat to anyone in this country. But on March 12th, Abrego Garcia was pulled over while driving, his 5-year-old in the back seat. He was told his immigration status had changed. On March 15th, in defiance of the 2019 court ruling, Abrego Garcia was flown to El Salvador and imprisoned at CCOT as a terrorist. That's the prison that was described earlier. The only way out is a coffin. The Trump administration, in its own legal filings, has said this was an administrative error. They themselves said they should not have done this, that it was a mistake. This is not just my opinion, and by my opinion, I mean the opinion of Ezra Klein, who's writing this article. I want to read to you from an editorial from the National Review, probably the country's leading conservative magazine. Here is the first sentence. The court fight over Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia is a most unusual one in that no one denies that the government violated the law in deporting him. This case has made its way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ordered that the administration facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. I feel I do not have the proper words to describe the next part, how grotesque it all is. The Trump administration does not deny that they deported Abrego Garcia unlawfully. What they deny is that they have the authority to bring him back. That authority, they say, lies with President Bukele. But President Bukele says he cannot send him back. Again, you don't have to take it from me. I want to quote from the National Review, which writes, "This is a ridiculous pretense because the president of El Salvador, Bukele, will clearly do anything we ask. If the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Latin America requested he ride a unicycle wrapped in an American flag in San Salvador Central Square, Bukele would probably ask whether it should be a Betsy Ross flag or the traditional stars and stripes. If nothing else, Trump would slap those tariffs he is so fond of in El Salvador. But we are paying Bukele to imprison Abrego Garcia and others. He is not doing this against Trump's wishes. He is Trump's subcontractor. That Oval Office meeting between Trump and Bukele was a moment when the mask fully slipped off. I thought Jon Stewart pinpointed part of its horror when he said that the thing that came through so clearly was how much of Trump and Bukele were enjoying themselves, each of them declaring that there was nothing they could do for Abrego Garcia, no way to allow him his day in court, no way to allow the American legal system to do its job, no way to assess whether he is a danger, no way to follow the clear order of the Supreme Court. And from their perspective, maybe they're right, because here's the scary thing that I think sits at least partially beneath their calculus. Politically, they cannot let Abrego Garcia out, nor any of the other people they sent to CCOT, without due process. Because what if he was released? What if he returned to the U.S.? What if he could tell his story? What if, as seems likely, he has been brutalized and tortured by Trump's Salvadoran henchmen? Well, he can't be allowed to tell the American people that. The article went on to say, we're only 100 days, we're not even 100 days in this administration, and we are already faced with this horror. And I can feel the desire to look away from it, even within myself. What all of this demands is too inconvenient, too disruptive. But Trump has said it all plainly and publicly. He intends to send those he hates to foreign prisons beyond the reach of U.S. law. He does not care. He will not seek to discover if those he sends into these foreign hells are guilty of what he claims, because this is not about their guilt. It is about his power. And if he is key, meaning Trump is capable of that, if he wants that, then what else is he capable of? What else does he want? And if the people who serve him are willing to give him that, to defend his right to do that, what else will they give him? What else will they defend? This is the emergency. Like it or not, it is here. A second piece from The Atlantic was titled, "A Loophole That Would Swallow the Constitution." If we want to preserve freedom, we better make sure that due process is vigorously defended and restored. By Jonathan Chair, he starts out by saying, if Donald Trump can disappear people to El Salvador without due process, he can do anything. Donald Trump's most frightening power grab was undertaken with an undertone of sinister jocularity. There was no column of tanks in the streets, no burning of the legislature. The president and his partner in despotism, President Bukele of El Salvador, were bantering amiably in the Oval Office in front of the press corps, mocking the American court system with evident delight. Trump's ploy is almost insultingly simple. He has seized the power to arrest any person and whisk them to Bukele's notorious terrorism confinement center, where they will be held indefinitely without trial. Once they are in Bukele's custody, Trump can deny them the protections of American law. His administration has admitted that one such prisoner, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, was sent to El Salvador in error, but insists that it has no recourse. Trump, who has threatened the territorial integrity of multiple hemispheric neighbors, now claims that requesting the return of a prisoner he paid El Salvador to take would violate that country's sovereignty. Neither Trump nor Bukele bothered to make this absurd conceit appear plausible, even as Trump and his officials claim that only El Salvador has the power to free wrongfully imprisoned American residents. The United States is paying El Salvador to hold the prisoners. Naturally, Congress never appropriated such funds. Trump has already seized large swaths of the Congress's constitutionally mandated spending power for himself. That's a reference to what we call the power of the purse, the power vested in the Congress of the United States of America by our Constitution, that the author of this article, Jonathan Chait, is referring to. I don't have the power to return him to the United States, Trump said, not even attempting to maintain the pretense that the two countries were somehow at an impasse. He told his counterpart, "You are helping us out, and we appreciate it." Well, This article goes on, much like the first one, to note that when due process is abandoned, the freedom of all is endangered. Sure, it may be someone else today, but it might be, well, you or you or you tomorrow. And that's why we collectively have the responsibility to defend due process for every single person. The Trump administration's illiberalism has two main sources. One is the personality at the center of its cult. Donald Trump gravitates instinctively toward despots, sees the constraints that democracies place upon elected leaders as a form of weakness, and refuses to accept the legitimacy of any electoral or judicial proceeding that goes against him. His contempt for liberal democracy has been augmented by a growing school of post-liberal thought on the right, with liberal referring not to the American center-left, but to the broader philosophical tradition that emphasizes the state be governed by neutral rules that all sides agreed to abide by. Neutral rules all sides agreed to abide by. That's kind of a sense of how you organize everything about a government. Well, I think that the balance of this article and the showdown with the Supreme Court just reinforces the first article by Ezra Klein that really lays out in detail the lack of shame that the administration violated civil rights. Lack of shame that they did so, throwing people out of our country because they expressed a view on the Middle East that the Secretary of State didn't like. Lack of shame that they threw people into a notorious prison in El Salvador without a hearing, without even knowing for sure who they were or why they were sending them, leading to mistakes like this one. This leads us to Chapter 4, Subverting Democracy. I'm going to untie my shoelace because standing in one place for this much time, well, made my shoes a little tight. Well, that feels a little better. In general, I don't recommend standing through the night and talking. Not a healthy pursuit. But I'm standing here to ring the alarm bells as loudly as I possibly can, using the privilege of serving in this chamber. You know, I never envisioned that I would have this opportunity in life. In fact, if you'd told me I'd be an early passenger to the moon colony, I would have considered that more likely than I'd be able to serve here in the Senate. And yet, here I am, sworn to uphold our Constitution, with an obligation to the constituents who sent me here to do all I can to protect our freedom, and to raise the alarm when an authoritarian is destroying our democracy. The first hint that I might have some association with this chamber was when I was a sophomore in college, and someone mentioned that the possibility of internships here. And earlier I mentioned that one of the people I applied to was Hubert Humphrey, and that I was not accepted, nor by any of the other 4 Democrats, but I was accepted by Senator Hatfield. And I had a lot of respect for Senator Hatfield. Senator Hatfield had taken a courageous stand as a governor and as a U.S. Senator against the Vietnam War, at a time it was not popular to oppose the Vietnam War. He had been one of the first members of the armed services into Hiroshima following the nuclear bomb. He had seen the utter destruction. He had seen the shadow of a person emblazoned on a wall because the flash of the light is so bright that it changed the color of the wall around the silhouette of the individual. And he understood that many wars were fought for reasons that made no sense, and that you had to be very diligent in examining the arguments that a government might put forward for a war, something that I thought a lot about during that summer as his intern. I read the books he'd written, including one called Between a Rock and a Hard Place, as he wrestled with different moral challenges that we face and how to best use his public voice and his power in confronting those challenges. One of the things that he was deeply dedicated to was trying to reduce the risk of nuclear weapons. Out in the walk, if you go outside the doors of the Senate and you're staring at the Supreme Court, so you're going out these south doors and you take the curved path through the Capitol grounds towards the Russell Office Building, there's a tree, and it has a plaque on it, and it says the Hatfield Peace Tree. And this tree was planted by Senator Hatfield and Senator Kennedy. And the way that tree came to be there is that there was an intern named Sean O'Halloran. And since Hatfield liked to walk outside, he often would have the intern accompany him. I had this privilege when I was covering this floor for Senator Hatfield in 1976. But in I think it was 85, Sean O'Halloran was an intern, and when Senator Hatfield started talking about the trees, this intern said, "Senator Hatfield, you love these trees so much, you should plant one." And he said, "Well, that will be your job as an intern." So I wrote to the intern prepared, and Hatfield sent a letter to the architect of the Capitol and said, "I want to plant a tree." But the tree he wanted to plant is referred to as a Dawn redwood. Now, the interest in this tree is that this tree grew all over the northwestern part of the United States, but it's been extinct for millions of years. But it was found growing in a valley in China. And so it was re-imported back to the U.S. as one of these kind of discovered ancient species. Occasionally we read about some deep water fish washing up some ancient fish and discovering there's still something that exists we didn't know about. So here is just this one grove in China. And so that's the tree I want to plant. And the architect of the Capitol responded and said, "Well, the brothers who designed the landscape plan for the Capitol didn't have that tree in their plan, so sorry." And Hatfield responded and said, "Well, if they had known about the existence of the tree, maybe they would have included that tree. You know, it was considered extinct, so they didn't know about it, so maybe it should get a special exemption, be able to plant the tree." Well, eventually, Hatfield knocks on the door of the architect, takes him out, and says, here's where I want to plant the tree. And the architect says, okay. As they're preparing to plant the tree, his team sees Senator Kennedy. And so they go and get Senator Kennedy and say, hey, you may want to plant this tree with Senator Hatfield. And the two of them had worked so closely on the nuclear freeze movement, trying to reduce the risk of nuclear war in the world. The result of trying to reduce the risk of nuclear war had produced a lot of results in that decade of the 1980s. And Senator Kennedy said this should be known as the peace tree. And so the peace tree is out there as a memorial to the effort to reduce one of the major risks to humankind, nuclear war, but also as a memorial to a Democrat and Republican working closely together on a significant challenge. And that is a vision all of us should embrace, trying to find on each issue a partner across the aisle. Because we may disagree on 7 out of 10 things, but that means we agree on 3 out of 10. Why not work together on those 3 out of 10 issues? Well, I did end up, through this internship, coming here in 1976. It was our bicentennial summer, 200-year celebration. And oh my goodness, there was so much going on here. They had just opened the first part of the Metro underground system. It had only a couple stops from Union Station going north on the Red Line. And the Union Station itself, the train station, had been refurbished as a National Visitor Center. And so that was a center of activity. And the Capitol Mall, all summer long, had American Folklife Festival that was just booming. People coming from all over the country in the bicentennial year to come here to witness our Capitol and think about and celebrate our history. And the fireworks on the 4th of July that summer were like nothing you could ever imagine. I was watching them from the balcony of the Capitol Hill here. And then in the middle of it, this is back when I was in good shape and a good runner, I said, I want to run down and be right underneath the fireworks as they're going off. So I ran down to the Washington Monument, a couple miles down the mall, and laid on the ground and looked up at those fireworks. And it seemed America was on a course that year in which we were emerging from Watergate, we were emerging from the Vietnam War, we had just passed major provisions to try to clean up our air, clean up our water. These were done under the Nixon administration. Gerald Ford was president by virtue of Nixon's resignation. He was running for president for Jimmy Carter. And I recall being in an elevator.
Residents, MAGA Republicans are now willing to dramatically raise health insurance costs for even more families. If the premium tax credits from the American Rescue Plan expire at the end of this year, 337,000 additional Massachusetts residents will see their health insurance costs spike. And in the process, our residents collectively will lose $425 million in tax credits each and every year, averaging over $1,300 per enrollee each year. Some could see their premiums surge over $1,000 a month, leaving them an annual premium of more than $25,000. So this health care premium bomb is about to go off all across our country on kitchen tables. Dramatic increase. Republicans want to jack up the cost of health insurance, forcing families from Boston to the Berkshires, from Portland, Maine to Portland, Oregon, to make difficult choices to make ends meet. So right now, thanks to these tax credits, a couple in their 30s earning $50,000 in the city of Boston with 2 children could pay just $4 a month for their health insurance premiums. But soon, if Trump and MAGA Republicans decide to let these credits expire, that couple will receive a notice in the mail that they will have to pay $176 a month, a 4,000% increase, costing thousands of dollars more per year. A 62-year-old couple living in Watertown who earns $86,000 a year could pay $1,700 more each month. A 58-year-old living in the Berkshires making $32,000 a year could see their premiums increase by 170%. And last week, Democrats on the Small Business Committee, on which I serve as ranking member, released new data showing that over 10 million small business owners and their employees rely on the Affordable Care Act's enhanced premium tax credits to afford health insurance. Small businesses are the heartbeat of our economy, but Republicans are turning Main Street into Pain Street. Republicans are making a Jenga tower out of our health care system. They remove one block, access to Medicaid, and then another, health insurance tax credits. They already have put us into a health care crisis. But they don't stop there. Republicans have cut or frozen over $1.3 billion in grants to Massachusetts from the National Institutes of Health for life-saving medical research and clinical trials. They're gutting our public health workforce by revoking temporary protected status for Haitians and Venezuelans and directing ICE to terrorize lawful immigrants who are disproportionately health care and human service workers. We know these cuts will have even worse impacts on Black and brown communities. Right now, 60% of Black children rely on Medicaid for their health care. 60% of Black children in our country rely upon Medicaid for their health care. If these cuts go through, millions could lose access to checkups, asthma treatments, and mental health care that keep families healthy and children in school. It would leave parents with impossible choices between medicine and meals, and restrictions on Medicaid don't just trim budgets, they cut into lives. And with each Jenga block Republicans remove from the tower, Americans' health care becomes more and more unstable. And we know how Jenga ends. The tower collapses. That's where we are heading right now. But Democrats are not going to let our health care system collapse. The Republicans want to loot the health care system of tens of billions of dollars and then hand it over in tax breaks to the Republican billionaires who are their supporters. Well, the Democrats are not going to drive the getaway car in the biggest health care financial heist in the history of our country. We are not going to do that. We're fighting to keep the premiums affordable. Republicans call it a government shutdown because they don't want to admit what they and Trump are doing. It's a healthcare shutdown. And Speaker Johnson has Republicans in a political witness protection program right now. They're scattered all over the country. We want them to come here so we can negotiate with them to solve this healthcare problem. We can solve the government shutdown and the healthcare crisis with one vote on the floor of the House and the Senate. It wouldn't take more than that. They just have to come here. Right now, what we have is a president saying, well, there's nothing to negotiate on the shutdown. And so ultimately, that's going to be the challenge which this country is going to be facing because the Republicans are refusing to come to negotiate. So we're calling on Donald Trump and Republicans to reverse their cruel cuts, return the funding they looted from our healthcare system, restore access to essential care for all Americans. So I have a question for my colleague. As this ticking healthcare time bomb gets closer to exploding, how will it hurt Americans' wallets and our national economy?
I so appreciate the question from my colleague, who certainly laid out a lot of ways that it's going to have a huge impact across the country and in your state of Massachusetts. And I was thinking about several of the points that you were making, which really are parallel for Oregon, but they're parallel for every state. In some cases, the states that are most affected are not even states that are blue states. And that is certainly true for we're talking about these tax credits, because 75% of the folks who access the tax credits on the exchange are in states that President Trump won. So we're not advocating to restore affordability to health care because it's an issue in our states, although it is certainly an issue. We're advocating because it's the right thing for every American, that health care is a right. It is a foundation for a family to thrive. When I think about the things that enable a family to do well, it's health care. It's a decent home, a decent community, that is housing. It is education, the opportunity for good education, and it is a good paying job that sets your family on its feet. Health care, fundamental foundation. In my state, the projected loss of people because of the slashes to Medicaid is 235,000 people losing their insurance in my state. A projected increase that isn't as high as the rest of the country, and now that we're starting to get numbers directly from the exchange, from the insurers, maybe we'll find out it is as high. The projection across the country was a more than doubling, 114% increase. And why is that? Because the premiums go up and the tax credit comes down. So a gap that was this big becomes a gap that is that big. 114%. In my state, projected 68%. Now, am I happy that that's less than 114? Yes, if it's true. But here's what I know about inflation in a fundamental item. People get pretty nervous when they have 5% inflation. They get really upset when they have 10% inflation. When they have 68% or 70% or 100% or more inflation, they're not going to buy the health care policies. And you mentioned Main Street is Pain Street. Maybe I heard you say that in the past. If so, thank you, because I've been using that phrase, I'll try to give you credit for it, because it may well have been in something I overheard you say. And I talked yesterday, because we had folks representing small businesses visiting here on Capitol Hill, and one of the individuals said there are two things that are causing us a lot of pain, and I couldn't resist. Main Street turned into Pain Street. And he said one is tariffs, and the second is the health care. He said so many of us small business owners, we don't have enough to negotiate with a Kaiser, Blue Cross. We have our folks, our employees, go to the exchange. And he said he'd talked to 3 of his 4 employees, if I got the numbers right, and he said it doesn't sound like any of the 3 of them are going to buy health insurance. They're going, if it's that expensive as what it appears when I go online right now and I see the premiums up and the tax credits down and the gap in the middle that I have to fill in too big for what I earn, I'm just going to take the gamble. In various forms, it sounded like that's where his staff were in. And he knew that any one of them might win that gamble. They might get through a year without a health care problem. But if there's a group of them, a few of them are going to have significant problems. And then they're not going to go to the doctor because they don't have health insurance. And then the problem's going to get worse. And when they do go, a small problem becomes a big problem. And when they do go, they're in the emergency room, which is the most expensive place to provide health care. And the preventive care disappears, which is such a big piece of what we tried to do on the exchange. Either you get insurance in which you are covered for pre-existing condition, insurance that your children can stay on your policy to age 26, insurance where preventive actions are free because an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and tax credits that make it affordable. You eliminate that affordability factor, we're back where we were. And I tell you, that impact on rural Oregon, it is devastating, because rural Oregon is less affluent than urban Oregon. So there's a higher percentage of folks who are on Medicaid, our Oregon health plan. And when it comes to children, we're talking 70% of the children in rural Oregon have the Oregon health plan. What does knocking 235,000 people off do? And what does it do to the revenue of the clinics and the hospitals that have to shut down projects? Or according to the Sheps Institute, 300 hospitals across the country will probably be forced out of existence, and they won't even have a hospital. They won't have any programs. Where are you going to go 70 miles down the road to find your next hospital in rural America? So it is a very big deal indeed. I'm so glad you raised it. And there is a tie-in to the authoritarian structure that I just want to emphasize. And that is, when you have an authoritarian who starts their year with a speech backed up by billionaires, and then does a bill that's about savaging programs for families to fund tax breaks for billionaires, well, those two things are connected, because an authoritarian doesn't feel like the need to pursue government by and for the people. If you're pursuing government by and for billionaires, then savage the programs for the people and fund the billionaires. They're your friends all around you, including friends who bought up Argentina debt that we're going to ship 20 billion or 40 billion off to. Outrageous.
Would the Senator yield for a question?
I would be delighted to yield.
Thank you. I'd just like you to follow up a little bit on that University of North Carolina Shep Center study. I requested them to do that study, and it came back, and it was a blistering, scalding indictment of the Republican support for these dramatic cuts to our healthcare system. And it concluded, as you said, that over 330 hospitals, rural hospitals in our country, would close. That was 30 in Kentucky, 30 in Louisiana, disproportionately rural America. And so could you talk about that maybe a little bit more, especially in terms of your home state of Oregon, but what that portends for the rest of the country in terms of the provision of healthcare services, and then the flooding of the other hospitals' emergency rooms, the increase in the premiums for those who can afford health insurance, but the costs are just going to skyrocket. And just elaborate, if you could, just a little bit more on that looming crisis.
On to your question, I want to repeat my main mission statement for being here through the night, and that's to ring the alarm bells of alarm at this authoritarian takeover and at this strategy of doing authoritarian bills in which families lose and billionaires win. Families lose their health care or their nutrition benefits or their Medicaid in order to fund tax breaks for billionaires. But I am so glad you requested that study from the Sheps Institute at University of North Carolina. They're highly accredited, highly capable, great place to go to for this sort of information. And I think back to a couple years ago where we had a hospital in Baker City, Oregon, and they announced very suddenly they were having to shut down their maternal care unit. Now, it's quite a ways down the highway to the next hospital. And depending on the roads you take, can you even get down those roads in winter when there's ice or there's snow, if you're having to go 40 to 70 miles, depending on your undertaking. And boy, the idea that when you're trying to get prenatal care, you got to go that far, round trip, the idea that maybe it'll be harder to get classes that you're supposed to take to help you prepare for being a good parent. The idea that when you go into labor, you only got a limited time, and are you going to make it to the hospital? Anyway, it's a big deal to this medium-sized town to lose their maternal unit. But why'd they lose it? Well, that is inherently an expensive program. So what happens when hospitals are looking at increasing costs, and they've got significant personnel costs? They may now have increasing costs from the tariffs, because the tariffs affect some of the drug prices, and they're going, well, we're not balancing. Where are we losing the most? And so they cut a program like that. Or maybe they cut their drug addiction program, and folks who needed drug addiction just have nowhere to go. Or maybe they cut their mental health program. But the point is, sometimes they are so close to the line, they're like, we cannot make it anymore. We have to consolidate into a single hospital further down the road, or we have to partner with someone else, and we got to shut the whole thing down. And so that's where I think this 300, the possibility of using 300 or more hospitals comes in, particularly in rural Oregon. You have a whole bunch, or rural America, you have a whole bunch of families that don't have insurance. They're going to the hospital for care, they're going to get care, but then they can't pay the bill, and suddenly the crunch is too big. 235,000 people in Oregon that lose health insurance through Oregon Health Plan and can't pay their bills. Maybe additional group, significant group, loses the ability to get health care through the exchange. That's a lot of uncompensated care, and maybe that hospital just can't make it. That's what's happening. We've been losing hospitals in rural America for that reason. They're already at the edge. And so this type of blow, which in the Republican bill was placed for January 2027. Now that may have seemed like a long time from now, but that is basically 15 months from now, we're going to be seeing the implementation of this dramatic assault on health care. So that's why I see is it seems legitimate to me that we can see that sort of damage to health care across the country with hospitals in rural America shutting down. I appreciate so much my colleague having joined us. And I see my colleague from Connecticut. If you happen to, let me see what the right thing to say here is. If you have I'd be willing to yield for a question if you have one.
Mr. President, thank you, Senator Merkley. And let me just say how much I appreciate, your colleagues appreciate, many Americans appreciate the labor that you have put in to raising these alarm bells tonight. And I would appreciate the chance to ask you a question. Listen,
Question.
Thank you, Senator Merkley. Having done this before, I know that the language is important. So you and I have had a number of conversations over the past 6 months about the importance of being straight with people about what is happening in this country. I'm sure that a lot of our Republican colleagues on this floor look at what you have been doing overnight, look at some of the similar speeches that I and others have given on the floor, and think that we are engaged in pretty remarkable hyperbole, right? This is the United States of America. Our democracy is going to survive forever. This is not authoritarianism. This is just a different version of democracy. But I think it's important to talk for a moment, and this will be the foundation of my question, as to how you know when you've lost your democracy, how you know when you are on the wrong side of a transition to authoritarianism. There are a lot of folks who will say, well, listen, we're still going to have elections in a couple weeks. We're probably still going to have elections in November of next year. Well, there are troops in Washington, D.C. right now. They aren't inside the Capitol building. We are still operating. Well, many of Trump's critics have been taken down off the air, like Jimmy Kimmel temporarily and Stephen Colbert soon to be permanently. There are still plenty of people who oppose the president's policies who are on television and are talking openly about their disdain for his policies online. And so I understand many of my colleagues say, well, this still looks like a democracy, maybe different than it was a few months ago, but it's not authoritarianism. And I guess what concerns me is that there's not going to be this day when democracy turns off. There's not likely going to be a cancellation of elections because President Trump is following a playbook that many other would-be autocrats have used successfully to transform democracies into either autocracies or deeply illiberal democracies in which the opposition party never wins. That's what happens in a place like Hungary or a place like Turkey. They still have elections. There are still critics of the regime. In fact, the opposition party can still win a mayoral race or a local election. But the rules are rigged such that the opposition party never has enough oxygen, never has enough support, never has enough ability to air their case that they ever win at the national level. And you can see, as you have articulated overnight in this heroic effort, you can see this very detailed plan to constrict the space that the opposition, which is from an organizational standpoint, the Democratic Party has to operate. And it is a plan that Donald Trump didn't create himself. It is a plan that has been midwifed in other nations that he is copying. It's first and foremost about punishing dissent, targeting individuals who have been critics and using government power, whether that be the Department of Justice or the FCC, to silence those critics. It's about commandeering the spending power of the federal government to say, if you criticize me, you are not going to get federal spending. Right? Just a few weeks ago, the president canceled all energy projects in Democratic states. Just in Democratic states. A clear signal and sign that if you speak up against me, you are not going to get federal funding. It's about using the military to try to disincentivize protests and mobilization, especially in places like American cities where there are a lot of folks that oppose the president. And then it's about rigging the rules. The president has been openly targeting Act Blue, which is the primary way that Democrats raise political contributions. It seems as if he may try to shut down the vehicle by which people make contributions to Democrats. He is instructing Republican states to do something exceptional, which is to change congressional boundary rules outside of the normal schedule, so that even if he's deeply unpopular, even if Democratic congressional candidates get the majority of votes nationwide, that his party will still control Congress because they have rigged the rules of how these boundaries are set. And so whether it be the seizure of spending power, the use of the military, the manipulation of federal regulatory and law enforcement powers to quash political dissent, or the rigging of the rules to make it much harder for Democrats to be able to win in elections, it's a comprehensive plan. And I guess my question to you, Senator Merkley, is this. How do we know when we've lost our democracy? Do you agree with me that it is very likely that we are still going to have elections? They just aren't going to be free and fair elections. That not every single opponent of the president's will be thrown in jail, just enough so that it quells the interest of the public and of corporate leaders and of civic leaders to speak out. That not every critic of the president will be taken down off the air, but enough such that media companies will figure out that if they want their next merger approved, or if they want their license to broadcast continued, they better just tilt the coverage towards the president and just make sure that they don't have too much criticism on the air. This is my worry, that there are a lot of, frankly, our colleagues, and there are a lot of Americans out there who believe that our democracy is still alive until the day when it dies. But we're not going to know that day. There is just going to be a moment at which the president has successfully rigged the rules, punished dissent, seized so much power that the minority party doesn't have the ability to win a national election. We'll still exist as a Democratic Party, but just like the opposition parties in Hungary and Serbia and Turkey, we won't be in a position to engage in a way that gives voters an actual choice. So my question to you is, do you share that view of how his campaign of repression of political speech is happening? And do you worry that people are just waiting around for that epiphany, that conflagration where the democracy disappears, when that may not be how this plays out?
My colleague has described very well the way this works. In the past, in general, you had military coups. People with guns stormed in, took over, shredded the Constitution, tossed it out, had command of the armed forces, and indeed, it was an observation even at the start of our country. I had this quote from Madison during the Constitutional Convention in 1787. A standing military force with an overgrown executive will not long be safe companions to liberty. The temptation to use that military. The means of defense against foreign danger have been always the instruments of tyranny at home. And so men with guns charged in, took over. But now we have a very different form in which democracies fail. It's the erosion of the checks and balances of the Constitution. So let's take a look at how those are being eroded. Well, we see that we have changed the rules of the Senate, so we are now doing mass confirmation of the president's list of desired individuals. I think, did we not have a list that was well over 100 the other day? No consideration really of whether they are suitable at all to serve in the desired positions. Well, that's an erosion. Then we have the power of the purse. And the vision is that in a democracy, the decisions on what programs should exist, how they will operate, and how they will be funded are made by the Congress. The president executes. So you deliberately fence off those decisions from the president. But what do we have right now? We have those decisions being made by the president of the United States of America. The programs he doesn't like, he's exercising a version of a line item veto by slow walking the funding disbursements, by canceling grants, by impounding funds, by waiting till the end of the fiscal year and filing a request to have funds reversed, funding authority reversed, and then during that waiting period, the end of the fiscal year comes and poof, the funds authority evaporates. All of these are strategies to put the power with the presidency that belongs in a democracy here, right here and down the hall in the House of Representatives. And let's take a look at the Supreme Court, whether they are continuing to defend the separation of powers. No, hell no, they're not. They made a decision, and the decision is called Trump versus the United States, where they said the president is above the law. There is no clause in our beautiful Constitution, our We the People Constitution, no clause at all that says the president is above the law. No one ever thought the president was above the law until Trump versus the United States case goes to the Supreme Court, and originalists who know the founders were terrified of a president trying to become a king suddenly give him the power to violate the laws at will, no accountability. And with pardon power, meaning the whole executive branch is above the law. That's another erosion. The liberal use, the use of the pardon power to essentially give a free pass to hundreds of people who stormed this Capitol while you and I were sitting here in this chamber and were calling for the execution of the vice president. Those are all erosions. And then we can look at the freedoms. Are the freedoms deteriorating? Well, one freedom is to criticize the president without the power of the state coming after you. And yet the power of the state is now coming after the people on Trump's enemies list, and he's telling in public tweets his attorney general to go get them. Go get them fast. Now I want action. They couldn't have gotten off. Let's get them. Well, that's the tone of those tweets. And we have one of the people who's high on that enemies list is a fellow senator. If you have the whole power of the executive branch coming after you, targeting you, not because you've done something wrong, but because they want to take you down, that's an authoritarian state, and it's happening right now here in the United States of America. When you have a president who is telling the universities, we will cancel your research contracts, millions or even billions of dollars, if you do not teach the way and operate the programs the way we want. Well, that is tyranny. If you proceed to have a president say to the networks, if you want that merger or you want that broadcast license to be sustained, you better get that program off the air or that comedian off the air who insulted the president. That is tyranny. When you have folks being shipped out of this country because they express an opinion on policy in the Middle East, and it's being done with no due process, that is tyranny. So I would say yes, authoritarianism is here now. Let's ring the alarm bells.
Would the gentleman yield for one additional question?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about, and I'm sure you've talked about this many times already, but what is happening, what has been happening in your city, what is happening in Chicago. I wrote a book a couple of years ago about the story of violence in America, and in it I talked about the founders' worry about a standing army. And I did that because while I actually believe there's a common law right to private gun ownership in this country, I do think that's guaranteed in the United States of America. I know the real history of the construction of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment actually was written to make sure that this country could muster a militia, given the fact that our founding fathers were very specific about their desire for there not to be a standing army. Now, of course, a lot has changed since the founding of this country. We now have the biggest standing army in the world. But you've spoken a lot about the conversation our founders had, having watched the experience, having lived the experience of British monarchical rule. And they did not want a standing army, specifically because they had seen how that army had been used against them and had been used throughout Europe to try to destroy the ability of people to dissent, that it was used sometimes in foreign action to defend the country and the nation or to conquer, but it was often used domestically to try to control speech and control political opposition. And so our founding fathers, I think, would be watching the deployment or the planned deployment of the U.S. military into the streets of this country with the same kind of alarm that you are bringing to this speech overnight, because this doesn't have to do anything with public safety. This is a means to try to intimidate people into not speaking out. You've described scenes in Portland where you have the military essentially trying to provoke conflict. And they're trying to provoke conflict in part to just make it seem as if things are out of control in neighborhoods where things are not out of control, but they're also just trying to scare people into not coming out and protesting. Listen, it's absolutely understandable that an American citizen who has never engaged in political speech or political protest but thinks this moment is extraordinary and wants to raise their voice would think twice before going out onto the streets if they were potentially facing the barrel of a gun from a member of the U.S. military. That's intimidating, and it's intended to be intimidating. And so as you've talked about our founders' worries about how this country could fall into despotism, what do you think they would say about the use of the military today, 250 years later, to try to politically intimidate U.S. citizens in our cities?
Well, I thank you for that question. And I start with their strong thought, let's not let this happen. Let's not have a standing military. It's expensive, and it's too big a temptation for our executive to use it against the people the way we had seen in so many other places. That second stanza, or that second phrase of what Madison said during debate at the Constitutional Convention, the means of defense against foreign danger, that's the Army, have always been the instrument of tyranny at home. That's using the Army against your own population. So that's why they were so worried. Over time, the security demands of the country and a variety of various wars, we did pursue a standing army and a standing Air Force, and we expanded and so forth. Got the Marines, got the Navy, and we have the militia, the National Guard. And I think they would say, you've been pretty lucky so far that the understanding was so deeply rooted that these could not be used against your own population, except in extraordinary situations. And one of those extraordinary situations would be if the civil rights of individuals were being disturbed and you needed a deployment to help restore them because the local forces wouldn't protect those civil rights. And it's written into the law in just that fashion. And that's why there was a deployment to help students go to school, black students be able to go to school when folks were trying to block them to go to school in the South. That's what that deployment was about. But then you have this other standard that they can only be deployed if there is an invasion or a rebellion. And just an understanding that that's a high test to meet. But the concern is you can have an erosion of the common understanding that it's a high test. And we saw that in two of the justices in the three-judge panel out in the Ninth Circuit. And they said, well, you used a definition, district court, that was appropriate for the time the laws were written, and that would normally be enough, but maybe you need to have a more flexible version of rebellion, of definition. And maybe you need to go back in time a few months when there were a few more arrests, and maybe that gives a stronger case to recognize that the president might be able to deploy. And you should give high deference to the president's interpretation, separate from the facts. And I mean, just that last point, high deference to the president's view. And what it says is it destroys the barriers put in place, the standards put in place. No longer do you need a rebellion to be allowed to use federalized National Guard in America. No longer do you need evasion. You just need a president to say, looks like a rebellion to me. And we have, therefore, that's what happens with an authoritarian president. They're not hesitant to say that. Former presidents have been hesitant to say that because they have a deep sense of their role in protecting the norms and the values that include defending our freedoms. But an authoritarian president, who we have right now, does not have that compulsion to protect the norms, violating the norms, violating the law, violating the Constitution in action after action after action, and maybe stopping when the courts tell him to stop. But even then, we had a 9-0 decision saying facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia from El Salvador. And what did the president do? He ignored it. Those are all indications of the scary state in which we are at this moment. I thank my colleague very much from Connecticut, and I see that my colleague is here from Maryland, and I would welcome a question if you have one.
Well, I was going to ask if my colleague would yield for a question.
I will yield for a question.
Well, I want to start my question by saluting the senator from Oregon, Senator Merkley, for standing strong and long in defense of our democracy and our Constitution, and ringing the alarm bells. Authoritarianism is here, and it is here right now. We are facing a lawless president who, when he was asked whether he had to comply with the Constitution of the United States, said, I don't know. And a president who every day is attacking the foundations of our democracy and of the rule of law. And I know my colleague from Oregon joined 7 million Americans last Saturday to say no kings in America. I was very heartened to see thousands of people come out across the state of Maryland, joining their fellow patriots from around the country in saying, in America, we have no kings. And you've been highlighting all night the way the President of the United States, Donald Trump, is assaulting the foundations of that democracy and our Constitution. And on No King's Day, we reminded one another, all fellow Americans were out there saying that we're not going to go back to the days of King George III. We fought an American Revolution to secure the blessings of liberty. And it was out of that experience that our founders developed the Constitution of the United States and then the Bill of Rights. So I want to zero in on a couple of those things and then ask you a question about one of those pillars that is being attacked right now by Donald Trump. You just mentioned the attack on due process. And we did witness that in the case of Abrego Garcia. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was abducted off the streets of Maryland, ended up locked up in a gulag in El Salvador. And the Supreme Court of the United States, by 9-0, said that his rights had been violated. A Fourth Circuit judge who had been appointed by Ronald Reagan said that what happened to Abrego Garcia was a textbook case of violation of due process. And despite that overwhelming evidence, for a period of time, the Trump administration took the position that they would never allow him to set foot back in the United States. We prevailed, and ultimately, he is now back here before the courts of the United States. And in fact, the federal district court judge down in Tennessee recently indicated there was strong evidence to indicate that the Trump administration had brought this other claim against him purely for malicious reasons, and that it was a vindictive prosecution, in other words, a political prosecution, that they were prosecuting him simply because he had exercised his due process rights. It should not be a liberal or conservative, Democrat or Republican idea that the United States of government, the United States of America, we are not deprived of our liberty without due process, right? As you've been saying all night, that was a foundational principle based on the experience that we had under King George III, where people could just be abducted and without due process arrested. You've spoken about the assaults on the First Amendment. We saw very early in the Trump administration the crackdown on students who were expressing their views on college campuses. The administration didn't like the views they expressed about what happened in Gaza, and so they literally locked them up. Now, again, fortunately, the courts have intervened, and most of them have been released from prison. Their cases are still pending, but the judges have made clear that what these students experienced was a gross violation of the First Amendment in the United States. And of course, we saw that continuing, as you've indicated, with the weaponization of the federal government, whether it's the FCC or other instruments of the federal government, to try to deter, crack down, stop speech that the President of the United States doesn't like. We saw the whole Jimmy Kimmel case, where for a period of time, ABC did take him off the air. And I want to thank all people across the United States who rose up and said, that is wrong, that is unconstitutional. Many people canceled their Disney subscriptions. And this is a moment where all of us as Americans need to stand up and recognize, as you are this evening, that we are right now living under an authoritarian president. We've seen, and you've experienced it firsthand in your state of Portland, the president trying to implement the statement he made, the outrageous statement he made, that we are going to use American cities as training grounds for our military. I mean, regardless of someone's political views, they should recognize how un-American that is. And the list goes on, but another major assault by the President of the United States on our Constitution is one that you've been speaking about. And as the ranking Democrat on the Budget Committee and senior Democrat on the Budget Committee have been really leading the way on, is this direct assault on Article 1. This direct assault on the power of the purse. Because there were very good reasons that the framers invested the Congress with the power of the purse, and that power of taxation and the power of spending the people's money to make sure that our budgets reflected the will of the American people. And as you pointed out, it is simply illegal for the President of the United States to look at that budget and say he's going to cherry pick the parts he likes and implement those and discard the parts he doesn't like. That's not how it works, and you've talked about the Nixon line item veto and how the Supreme Court shot that down. But this president is trying to do that, is doing it right now as we speak. And as part of the proposal that Democrats have put forward to reopen the government, and we want to reopen the government, we also would like to establish some guardrails to ensure that the President of the United States cannot engage in that illegal activity. And I call it illegal, and I'm on strong grounds to say so. The GAO, which is the independent watchdog, has reached that conclusion that the president has illegally impounded funds. That's the technical term, and they have found that the so-called pocket rescission is illegal. And I do want to also just quote from Senator Susan Collins, the chair of the Appropriations Committee, which we both serve on. And she goes into a good description of why this unilateral impoundment of funds is illegal and unconstitutional. And she says, and I'm quoting here, "Any effort to rescind appropriated funds without congressional approval is a clear violation of the law." It's one of our Republican colleagues, Senator Murkowski, who's also on the Appropriations Committee, has also pointed out that this is an illegal action. It's one of a series of illegal actions the president has taken. And I want you, if you could, to talk about measures that we need to take to put up some guardrails and protections about it. You've done that through an amendment, the Merkley amendment, with regard to the other part of the rescissions process. You've spoken eloquently about this issue, but if you could just go to the heart of the matter, why the president's unconstitutional withholding of funds is a direct assault on our democracy and the vision our framers had of checks and balances. When they said checks and balances, they didn't mean a blank check for a lawless president. So maybe if you could, Senator Merkley, if you could talk to that and answer that question.
I very much appreciate your zeroing in on this question of how the president is violating the law and the Constitution by taking the power of the purse. But before I address that, I want to thank you for going to El Salvador to visit Abrego Garcia in prison, because if you'd not taken that initiative to highlight it, I don't know that he would ever have gotten out of there. The phrase used for that prison is, there's a one-way door going in and only coffins come out. That's the type of horrific situation. He may have easily been killed. He may have suffered the deprivations of that prison, been affected by health issues, and he may never have gotten the attention necessary for the administration to finally help facilitate his removal by elevating that issue. You did two things. One is you helped that man return to his family, which is a huge victory. And I know he has more battles to come because of his being targeted. But second of all, you brought in an American recognition that due process matters, that court decisions matter, and that we're paying attention and we're going to keep making as much good trouble as we can when we see violations of fundamental rights for Americans, for the benefit of the individuals involved and for the benefit of everyone else, where we will hopefully dissuade the administration from violating the rights in the first place. So thank you so much for that trip and that undertaking. And in regard to the difference between a democracy and an authoritarian state, it often comes down to who controls the money. You control the money, you make the decision about what the programs are and how the programs are implemented and how much they're going to get. And in a democracy, you have a whole collection of voices from different parts of the country coming together to share their collective knowledge, the difference of their economies, their personal life experiences that give them insights on needs that are relevant, the needs that have been expressed that they have heard in their conversations with citizens, and that collected knowledge is placed into a plan for how we spend our resources in order to build a better America. And the values of our country are deeply embedded in those spending and program decisions. But in an authoritarian state, you have one individual, a man, potentially a woman, and that individual says, this is the way it's going to be. I like these programs, and I'm going to fund these. Those other ones, forget about them. And that, then we're in a dictatorship. And the president is exercising every effort to secure that power over programs. And it's not doing it secretly. Mr. Russell Vought, who was the OMB director at the end of the last Trump administration, and who is the architect of Project 2025, is very open, even before his hearing before the Budget Committee, saying, I believe in the unitary executive, and that the president can make the decisions and can impound funds. I don't agree with the Supreme Court decisions of the past, and I think we get the Supreme Court, we're going to get a different decision this time around. And we did get a little taste of that just recently in a shadow docket decision in which the question was, if the president submits a request to reverse a funding decision, that's called a rescission, but reverse a funding decision, submits it within the last 45 days, and there's a 45-day grace period in the law that the president doesn't have to disperse the funds, and therefore you reach the end of the fiscal year and poof, now you're outside the window, and that money evaporates. The authority to spend that money evaporates. So that was the strategy that was tested with the court, and I expected the court to say the following. In the rescission law, it says no rescission, no undoing of the existing spending, is in fact legitimate unless it's been submitted to the House and Senate and voted affirmatively by the House and Senate. Now, the House and Senate don't have to, well, they don't have to do the whole proposal, the president says. They can pick pieces. But the pieces that pass both chambers, then the president can shut down that spending. But in this case, there was no vote of the House and Senate to undo existing law. And yet the court said, well, we're giving deference here to the president. And since the fiscal year expired, well, we'll not cancel that strategy. So they empowered what is essentially, yes, Mr. President, you can slow walk the funding, file in the last 40 days a proposal to undo the funding, never get a vote on it, and you can wipe it out on programs you don't like. So the court has given much more power on this, where previously the courts said, it's very clear in the Constitution, the power of the purse is with Congress. It says it right there in Article 1, and hell no, you can't delegate that to the president. And hell no, you can't impound the money. But in this case, a court that is much more deferential to giving power to the executive did exactly that. So this is a huge concern that the court has greenlighted a fundamental violation of the vision of the Constitution and delivered a tool that we might see used repeatedly. My hope, like yours, is all 100 senators will join together, or at least a significant majority of both sides, and say we are going to protect our constitutional prerogatives. And so we are going to put in a clause into any spending bill and say, yes, there is a 1974 bill that says the president can submit a proposal to undo spending that has been approved, but the provisions that we pass in this bill are exempted from that power. They cannot be undone through a simple majority, what was passed through a supermajority. They cannot be done in a partisan basis, what was done on a bipartisan basis to address the wealth of understanding about what different parts of the country need. So that's the proposal that we need to put into each bill. Every bill saying, yes, these can be undone by future spending, but we do that all the time, by the way. We do a FY26 bill and we say there's 2-year and 3-year money in there, and it's clear that that money's not needed for that program, and we undo it. But that's done by a bipartisan basis to undo a bipartisan decision, not a partisan.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Yes, I would be delighted to yield for a question.
First of all, my question starts with a thank you, Senator Merkley, for raising the issue of the growing threat of authoritarianism in our country. I thank you for noting and being a champion of the very principle that our country was founded on, which is that we are a country, a government of, by, and for the people. And as I think about what that principle means, I think about the fact that in a democracy, what our founders wanted to ensure was that our governing bodies, our elected officials, would in fact be accountable to the people. So what does being accountable to the people you represent mean? Well, about 50 years ago, this Congress came together and in a bipartisan way passed something called the IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Why? Because families all across this country, from every political persuasion, understood that their children with disabilities could learn and thrive if they had access to public education just the way other kids did. And because families spoke up, because individuals spoke up, we now have seen 50 years of IDEA, special education, in our schools. We have more work to do in that direction, to be sure. We need to get more resources to our local schools the way the IDEA originally promised we would from the federal government. But because families demanded it and their elected representatives heard them and listened and acted and believed they were accountable to them, the quality of life for children and families with disabilities has improved exponentially. Then I think about Medicaid expansion. When I was governor of New Hampshire and the Affordable Care Act passed, one of the things that states had the opportunity to do was adopt expanded Medicaid so that people who had mental illness, for instance, or substance use disorder, addiction, could get care under Medicaid, or people who were working part-time and had chronic illnesses could actually get health care. And at first, in a divided legislature, a legislature that was one chamber Democratic and one chamber Republican, the Republicans blocked Medicaid expansion. But gradually, the people in my state of New Hampshire, the live free or die state, spoke up, spoke out, and said, this is really important to our families. And as a result, we found bipartisan agreement to expand Medicaid, provide health insurance coverage so that people could get better and could get fully employed and could then go on to private insurance, something critically important. Again, this happened because the people in my state, the elected leaders in my state, believed they were accountable to their constituents. Now, I think a lot about authoritarian regimes and their lack of accountability, because authoritarians don't believe that they are accountable to the people. They believe that the people are their subjects and are accountable to them. And that, of course, is what we are seeing from Donald Trump right now. I think about the fact that in 2022, we passed in this body the PACT Act, and it was signed into law. That is the law that provides health care to our veterans who have been made ill by toxic exposure during their service. These are our brave heroes that we owe everything to, we owe our very freedoms to, and this body came together because veterans all across this country and their families and their supporters came forward and said, we have been made ill in our service, we need health care, and we came together and on a bipartisan basis because we believe and know that in a democracy we are accountable to the people, that we then delivered something that the people, the veterans, our heroes, the people we owe the most to, we owe our way of life to, could get the health care they needed. That is the difference that having elected leaders in a democracy makes. And so, as I think about this administration taking health care away from millions of Americans right now, one of the challenges we're facing is that people's health insurance premiums who get their health insurance on healthcare.gov, those premiums are due to at least double on November 1st. In my home state, that means that a 60-year-old couple earning $85,000 a year is likely to see their health insurance go up by $14,000 a year at a time when a recent report says that if you are a family of four in New Hampshire and earn $100,000 a year, you cannot make ends meet because of the cost of housing and groceries and energy, daycare, health care. So we now have an administration led by a president whose authoritarian tendencies you have laid out so well, who is standing idly by while this healthcare calamity is facing us. Because, of course, it's not just people who get their health insurance on healthcare.gov who are going to see their costs skyrocket. It's going to be the entire health insurance premium marketplace that is going to see increases. So we are looking at a president who is busy building ballrooms, buying vanity airplanes for his Secretary of Homeland Security, doing all these things to satisfy himself and the people around him, but who doesn't seem to believe he's actually accountable to the people. I always thought that in the United States of America, we weren't subjects to be ruled, we were citizens to be heard. So, Senator Merkley, can you speak a bit to how this administration's attacks on our democracy have real impacts on the day-to-day lives of Americans?
I appreciate so much this passionate question from my colleague from New Hampshire. And there's no one here among the 100 senators who have spent more time working on issues of disability, bringing their own life understanding to bear to help millions of people across this country. And when we expanded the folks eligible under standard Medicaid, it had a huge impact on the availability of health care for disability. And then the additional work we did to try to say health care is a right, it's a foundation. Let's build a system where everyone has access. But the way you have framed the difference between a democracy and an authoritarian power is powerful. Under democracy, leaders are accountable to the people. And I'm pretty sure that these 100 senators all think about the fact that people elected them because they said they would lead on certain issues and carry the fight, and that they have a responsibility to follow through and make it happen, to honor that social contract they have with their voters, that they're accountable to them. And if they're not accountable to them just in terms of their work that they do here, they're going to be accountable at the next election. But the attitude of the president is very different. And as you put it, in an authoritarian regime, it's more like the leader believes the people are accountable to the leader. And wow, what a difference that makes, because suddenly there's no need to worry about the health care of the people. And you can lay out legislation that does damage to the people, but takes good care of the rich and powerful, because that's the world you live in, and you want to help those folks, and that's just okay because you're not accountable. And that's the connection we see between the authoritarian presence of the president, who proceeds to attack and diminish due process, free speech, academic freedom, free press, proceeds to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his list of perceived enemies, and then strives to create conflict in order to send the military in to address the conflict and expand his authoritarian power. So that's one world. But on the other end, we have the legislation he championed. And how could a leader accountable to the people do a bill, support a bill that cuts 15 million people off health care in order to fund tax breaks for billionaires, or run up 30 years of debt, 30 trillion over 30 years, to run tax breaks for billionaires? That debt is going to haunt us in the future in terms of being able to do basic programs in healthcare, housing, education, infrastructure, job creation. And the answer is because he's an authoritarian leader. And that's how these two things are connected. And these real impacts that you're talking about are so evident. Child nutrition programs, savaged to do tax breaks for billionaires. And here we are in this Republican shutdown designed to ensure that the cuts to health care continue. And there's more damage to come to ordinary people. States will run out of their women and children funding. States will run out of other basic programs. Food banks are going to run out of food probably because of the additional burden that they're sharing. And not one element on the president goes, I'm accountable to the people. I'm supposed to be here driving welfare for our entire nation. I can't let the health care go double in price, as you pointed out, on average across the country. I can't allow a program go into effect 15 months from now. In January 2027, there was millions of people losing their Medicaid. And then even in that bill, he has a third attack on health care, which is to change the way that states can receive or develop their match. And if states can't raise enough money to do the match, they've got to really shrink the programs. And that's like a 2028 impact. So it's like impact, savage, the health care in multiple layers. And this is the connection between the authoritarian mentality and the real effects that devastate families in our country.
Well, would you yield for another question, Senator?
I would love to yield for another question.
Because as you were talking and as I have been thinking about the various ways in which a true democracy delivers results for its people, I mentioned in my prior question the fact that we passed in 2022 the PACT Act. And, you know, I was with a group of veterans right after we passed the PACT Act, and I thanked them for all the advocacy that they had done to get it over the finish line. And then we got talking about the war in Ukraine and why it was so important to stand up with the Ukrainian people who are fighting for the very freedom, for the very form of government that we so cherish, our democracy. And I found myself asking them the question, and I'll ask it to you now, Senator, would Vladimir Putin take care of his veterans the way the PACT Act proposes to take care of our veterans? So what are your thoughts about that?
Thank you for posing this question, which has not come up in the many hours that I've been standing here, but is very relevant to the question of what happens under authoritarian control. And worst, recognize that Russia retained some trappings of democracy, but it's clearly a dictatorship. And that's the danger. When you have that authoritarian presence, certainly Putin is that personality. And he did get the Duma basically to become the rubber stamp. And he did get the courts under his control. And everything that flows out from his authoritarian presence. And when it comes to how he views the Russians that he's sending to war, he sends them expendable pawns. I mean, they were sent on unbelievably unsupported missions to be shredded. And over time, certainly the Russian military has gotten much better. But in those phases where he just wanted to pour people into the front and enormous numbers were dying, I still think actually the number is pretty high per day, it was like, again, he's not accountable to the people. And one thing he did, which was very effective, is control over the press. Because I expected the mothers of all those folks being sent in to be shredded to become a massive force, that irresistible force that would shake the foundations of Russia. But they didn't, in part because the information was so dramatically controlled. And this is where even these early stage efforts to control and discourage dissent, or I guess you could say uncomplimentary programming by our networks or by our newspapers, the suits that have been filed against CBS and ABC and told basically you have to pay off these suits if you want the government to do its basic function to approve your mergers. Then the attack on public broadcasting and the attack on the Wall Street Journal and more. I mean, the list is long. But when a president, an authoritarian president, wants to control the press and at least discourage, make people think twice about challenging him. I mean, a $10 billion suit against the Wall Street Journal, I don't know where that will end up, but I imagine there are folks thinking, do I need to be more careful in what I say in this story? Oh, my news agency might get kicked out of the White House briefing. Oh, that's another strategy to cut off. So you have, the answer is no, I do not think the PACT Act, which said, hey, our soldiers were exposed to these chemicals, and there's a lot of diseases that flow from that, and we should absolutely make sure they get treatment, and we shouldn't put them through a long list of, oh, maybe somehow, somewhere you have to prove it. How do you prove that disease, when we probably started, but how do you prove it? PACT Act, great act. And on Ukraine, I mean, here is a country that threw out a president who was trying to put them under a thumb of Putin. Here is a country that said, we're not asking you to come to fight with us, but give us some arms. We are fighting for our own freedom. This is a country that said, we reject the idea of having a dictatorship, Putin style. We want to preserve democracy with our freedoms, and we're willing to die and fight for it. That is the American vision. That is Lady Liberty. That is the best of what we have in America. And the Ukrainians stood up to Russia and have done a phenomenal job against extraordinarily large country with massively more resources, and they are still in the fight for their future and their freedom. I see my colleague from New York is here.
I had a few questions earlier this morning of my great colleague, and once again, his strength, his indomitability, and his caring about this democracy, which we all know is at risk, is just amazing. And so my question relates to something he touched on before in his discussions with our great senator from New Hampshire. There are so many ways this administration is trying to rip apart democracy. And one of them, you mentioned a minute ago, is the threatening of media to just do what Trump wants. And the man who's head of the FCC seems to be an instrumentality of that. Trump has said, things they say I don't like should not be put on the air. And they've held over the heads the broadcast licenses of some of our great media companies. In other ways, they're getting some of their friends to take over some of our media companies. And isn't one of the greatest blows to democracy, I would ask my colleague, one of the greatest blows to democracy when we don't have a fully free press? And has it been a hallmark of so many of the countries that he has mentioned that are autocracies or absolute dictatorships to have no free press, so no information can come out? And doesn't that dramatically hurt the American people when government is shielded and can do whatever it wants and hurt as many people as it wants because you don't have a free press? Doesn't it really shouldn't it really frighten every American that this is a large step on the road away from democracy, towards tyranny, and towards authoritarian government?
My colleague from New York, absolutely. Benjamin Franklin wrote that whoever would overthrow the liberty of the nation must begin by subduing the freeness of speech. And I'll just roll into that, speech and the press. And we have seen what Trump has done. He sued CBS News for $10 billion because he didn't like the way that a program was edited on the television. There is no way that that suit would ever have held up in court. But what happened? CBS said, we are involved in a merger, and that merger involves Paramount, controlling shareholder, and they wanted approval for a sale of Paramount to Skydance. And Paramount was CBS's parent company. So here is President Trump holding the approval of that merger over the head of the network to get a payment for himself out of the company. And that was a $16 million in the end. But then CBS announced it was canceling The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, top-rated late night show. Surprisingly, 3 weeks after CBS canceled it, the merger was completed between Skydance and Paramount. Trump didn't like all the things Colbert did to make fun of the president. You know, you can judge a freedom of a country by how much people feel that they can say funny things about the president. And I've thought many times, I come to this floor and I criticize the President of the United States. I've come to this floor and criticized the Democratic presidents for things they're doing. And I do not leave here thinking someone's going to jump out of a car, grab me, throw me into a van, I'm going to be disappeared or tortured. Yet that is so common in authoritarian settings. And it's so actually disturbing to me, is one reason that I constantly raise the fact that I hate that we are seeing forces deployed across the United States that do not have an individual identifier, because that makes me think about when people jump out and grab people, and they did this at the protests in 2020 in Portland, no label, threw them into vans, unmarked vans. You didn't know what the hell was going on. But ABC, well, ABC had their own challenge with Jimmy Kimmel. And there was a situation where Nexstar and Sinclair, they own dozens of ABC affiliates. So let me just say that the list is long, including excluding companies or broadcast writers, reporters from the White House briefings. And now, most recently, telling all the reporters at the Pentagon that they have to not ask any questions in the Pentagon or they're going to lose their access to be reporters on the Department of Defense.
I thank my colleague for, once again, a great answer. The freedom of the press is at risk, and if the freedom of the press is at risk, so is our entire democracy. I see that my colleague from Massachusetts has come, and I know she will have some excellent, thoughtful, and perceptive questions. So I will yield back to my friend from...
I'm so glad that you emphasized the issue of freedom of the press, and amazingly how it's under attack in all these different ways. Here in the United States of America, it's unbelievable. And it's why I'm ringing the alarm bells. The authoritarianism is here now. Thank you, Mr. Leader. And I see that my colleague from Massachusetts is here. And I would welcome a question if you have one.
I do, Mr. President. I'm seeking recognition.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you very much. My friend Senator Jeff Merkley is ringing the alarm bell. He is carrying the momentum of millions of peaceful protesters at No King's Day directly onto the floor of the United States Senate for all of the spineless Republicans in Congress to see. I want to be clear here. Peaceful protest is patriotic. Holding the floor to protest the Trump administration's lawlessness is patriotic. Standing up for what is right, that's patriotic. And I am proud to join my friend Jeff Merkley in saying this part out loud. Donald Trump is not a king, he will never be a king, and America does not bow down to kings. So thank you, Jeff, for reinvigorating that energy and bringing it to the floor of the Senate today and every day. You are a true patriot. So let's talk for just a minute about what's going on here. New reporting from the Wall Street Journal this morning says that the average cost of a family health insurance plan is now $27,000 a year. That's a stunner. $27,000. And that's after years of rising costs. The cost of health care is rising faster than inflation. Health care is too expensive, and families are barely hanging on. So what do we have to do? We have to protect Americans' health care and lower costs for families. Seems pretty obvious, right? Not to Donald Trump. In fact, Donald Trump and Republicans are doing the exact opposite. Their genius plan was to pass legislation that will rip away health care from 15 million Americans, jack up premiums for millions more, force rural hospitals and community health centers to close down, and shut down the entire government instead of coming to the table to save health care and lower costs. Now, Republicans just keep to have lost their spines, go to the doctor and get a spine transplant. But instead, they are willing to make it more expensive for everyone else to go to the doctor. Make no mistake, our healthcare system is already broken, but Donald Trump and the Republicans are making the problem so much worse. Families in Massachusetts are now starting to get notices this week telling them that their healthcare premiums are going up next year. We are taking hundreds of dollars a month. Some families are seeing their premiums more than double. Others will get priced out of their plans completely, leaving them with no coverage at all. And it's not just Massachusetts. Americans across the country are counting on us to lower health care costs. And I want to share some of their stories right now. From a family who gets their health care through the health care exchange, quote, "If our premium doubles, we will simply not be able to afford it. Either my husband or I will have to scramble to find a job with benefits in a saturated market, or we will be going without insurance for the time being." So that is the story of a family who could get kicked off their insurance altogether because their costs will go through the roof. More uninsured people means more costs for everyone else, and that is a lose-lose for the American people. Here's another one from a teacher. My health care costs are going up by 39%. How do I even live? Families across this country are asking themselves exactly the same question. Democrats are here right now fighting for every single one of those families. Here's a story from someone else. Quote, if my premiums go up, I'd have to cancel my insurance because my check would be gone and I have an autoimmune disease. It would be over for me. How could I raise my 2 boys and care for my parents? I'm the stronghold of the family. You know, that is the reminder that this kind of increase that the Republicans are imposing on American families, this increase in health insurance, it has echo effects. It's not only the person who can't afford insurance for themselves, it's what happens to her 2 children, what happens to her older parents that she's taking care of. Families hanging on by their fingernails cannot afford insurance premiums jumping by hundreds of dollars a month. Those are the families that Democrats are fighting for right this minute. And Republicans won't even come to the table. Republicans are off on vacation. Here's another story I received from a type 1 diabetic. I have an ACA plan that makes my insulin affordable. Without it, my insulin would be $1,000 a month. Please don't give up this fight, and please continue to stand for people just like me. We will not stop fighting for you. Here's another one. Ours will go from $1,300 monthly to $3,600 monthly. It is harrowing. Look, $1,300 monthly, $1,300 a month for health care is already too much. But this family will now have to pay nearly triple. For families already struggling with the rising cost of everything, they cannot afford to shell out an extra thousands of dollars every month for health care. So you're hearing all of this right. Americans are struggling to get by. Republicans won't come to the table to fix it and end the government shutdown. And instead of working to lower health care costs for Americans right now, Trump is bending over backwards to dig up $40 billion to bail out his political buddy in Argentina and to help out Wall Street hedge fund investors. $40 billion. So, what could $40 billion do for us at home for a whole year instead? Well, $40 billion could stop health insurance premiums from doubling. It could restore food assistance for families that will be hurt by Trump's cuts. It would cancel a chunk of student loan debt for nearly 4 million borrowers. It would fund public media. It would restore cuts to humanitarian aid and USAID. And to put it even more perspective, that $40 billion that Donald Trump is sending off to Argentina, it could fund childcare for military families for almost 20 years. It would fund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to stop big banks and giant corporations from scamming people for almost 50 years. And it could pay for 100 Qatari jets, meaning one for every governor of all 50 states and a backup plane for each and every one of them. So there you have it. Remember Trump's promise to lower costs for Americans on day one? Well,
pursuant to the order of 4 February 29, 1960, the work of, what is that word? The hour of 12 noon having arrived, the Senate has, having been in continuous session since yesterday, the Senate will suspend for a prayer by the Senate chaplain.
Let us pray. Eternal God, who alone spreads out the heavens and rules the raging of the sea, we cry out to you, refusing to believe that the problem of this government shutdown is too difficult for you to solve. Lord, you have been our help in ages past. You are our hope for years to come. Today, give our senators a faith that will not shrink, though pressed by many a foe, that will not tremble on the brink of any earthly woe. We promise to give you all the glory for the great things you have done and will do. We pray in your mighty name. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. The Senator from Massachusetts.
Very much. You know, I want to go back to this point as I tee up the question for Senator Merkley here, and that is Donald Trump right now is sending $40 billion to Argentina. And I just want to go through the list again about what could we do with that $40 billion if we kept it right here in the United States. $40 billion would stop health insurance premiums from doubling. $40 billion would restore food assistance for families that will be hurt by Donald Trump's cuts. $40 billion would cancel a chunk of student loan debt for nearly 4 million borrowers. $40 million would fund public media. $40 million.
Mr. President, retaining the floor, I yield to the question that's being posed by my colleague from Massachusetts.
The Senator from Massachusetts has the floor.
I yield the floor.
If the Senator from Massachusetts wishes to, oh, no, I think,
I yield for a question to be posed by my colleague from Massachusetts.
the Senator from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I see that my colleague from Massachusetts is here and has gotten half of a question out. And if you'd like to continue the question, I yield you to, I invite you to give me a question.
Okay. Almost there. Am I recognized to do that, Mr. Chair? Mr. President?
The Senator from Oregon has the floor and has yielded you for a question.
All right. So as I was saying, I was talking about what the $40 billion that Donald Trump is sending to Argentina could be used for here at home. And that is to stop the doubling of health insurance premiums, to restore food assistance for families that the Trump administration is cutting, to cancel student loan debt, to fund public media, to restore humanitarian aid and USAID. Or, to put it in a different perspective, that same $40 billion could fund childcare for military families for nearly 20 years. It could fund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to stop big banks and giant corporations from scamming people for almost 50 years. And it could pay for 100 Qatari jets, one for every governor in the United States, plus a spare jet for them. So there you have it. Remember Donald Trump's promise to lower costs for Americans on day one? Well, instead, Donald Trump is bailing out his, quote, favorite president, unquote, and bailing out rich Wall Street investors who invested in Argentina debt. The American people are begging us to do something about the skyrocketing cost of living. They are crying out for help. But Donald Trump can't hear them over the sound of the bulldozers that are demolishing a chunk of the White House to build his brand new ballroom. A $250 million ballroom, a monument to Donald Trump himself, paid for by big corporations that are trying to suck up to the administration for special favors. The American people told Donald Trump to cut the cost of living. Instead, he's cutting off part of the White House for his new billionaire's ballroom. Families are missing car payments, But Donald Trump is too busy building his ballroom to notice. The price of coffee is up nearly 30%, but at least Donald Trump will have a fancy new ballroom in the White House. The price of coffee is up nearly 30%, but at least Donald Trump will have a fancy new ballroom where the White House is supposed to be. Farmers are going bankrupt, but Trump is too worried about the construction of ballroom to help. The cost of baby strollers, or as Donald Trump, are not in normal times. All of us need to stand up, speak out, and push back. My question for you, Senator Merkley, is how is the fight to lower costs for families all around this country linked to the fight against Donald Trump's authoritarianism?
I thank so much my colleague from Massachusetts for the question of how the price of goods around the country is linked to Trump's authoritarian undertakings. And it kind of boils down to this. And a colleague came to the floor and used this term a little while ago, a colleague from New Hampshire. And she said, in an authoritarian structure, the authoritarian believes that the people are accountable to the authoritarian. And in a democracy, the leader believes that the leader is accountable to the people. That's the difference. And so if you are in a situation where you have an authoritarian for the president, first thing they do is try to erode the checks and balances of the constitutions to concentrate more and more power in the executive. Of course, we see that in all kinds of ways we've been discussing this morning. Then they proceed to try to change the rules for elections so that they can rig the next elections. And then they start to attack any form of dissent, suppress freedom of assembly and freedom of press and freedom of speech and due process. And we see that. And then they say, now we want to free the military. But in all of that is this sense that the people are simply pawns for the authoritarian president. And then in that setting, it becomes just fine to do a bill that savages health care for the people to fund tax breaks for billionaires. It becomes just fine to do a bill that savages child nutrition to do tax breaks for billionaires. It becomes just fine to run up debt over the next 30 years, $30 trillion, to fund tax breaks for billionaires. That's the way that the authoritarian personality is connected to the policies that emerge from bills that authoritarian champions. They're not bills by and for the people, they're bills by and for the powerful. I see that my colleague from Connecticut has come to the floor, and I would be happy to yield if you have a question.
I am very grateful for the opportunity to ask a question and for the senator from Oregon yielding to me. And first of all, I want to thank him for his leadership, his fortitude and determination exhibited so eloquently over these last 24 hours. He's really providing a model for all of us in standing up and speaking out. Let me say, after listening to the eloquent words of my colleague from Massachusetts, that the destruction that Donald Trump is doing to the White House is emblematic of the wrecking ball he is taking to our democracy. Put aside the waste of money that could be used to improve our education system, solve food insecurity, guarantee the election integrity of this nation. The damage that he's doing to this iconic symbol of America is so costly to our image and esteem around the world. The White House is a symbol of America, and he is destroying a part of it. What he intends to build as a replacement to the East Wing is a gargantuan insult to America. And it is, unfortunately, emblematic of a lot of the other destruction that he is doing in so many other areas as we watch the norms and laws that protect our great experiment in democracy erode under his destructive actions. In some ways, it's a little bit like the frog in the pot. The water begins to heat without our noticing it. The acts seem benign when taken individually, but cumulatively, they will boil and destroy our democracy. The president has turned the Oval Office into an auction house. He has put a for sale sign on the White House lawn. Influence and power are the way to a quick profit, whether it's crypto or pardons or many of the other perks of office. He is using it for his own personal ends and weaponizing the Department of Justice against his personal opponents, his political adversaries, a violation of basic norms of the Department of Justice and of our democracy. He is prosecuting political enemies in courts that he's filled with MAGA zealots and a Department of Justice that's run by his personal lawyers, and he's punishing constituents of Democrats by canceling billions in federal programs and firing dedicated public service during a government shutdown when he simply fails to find them worthy. Last week, he announced that the administration is sending $20 billion in bailout money to Argentina, perhaps another $20 billion in private funding. And what he is doing in tariffs has been eclipsed by all the other stuff, but it hits Americans in their pocketbooks. Groceries are skyrocketing in price. Americans are finding it more difficult to put food on the table, and farmers are being crushed by these tariffs as well. Healthcare, the tax credits that make healthcare insurance affordable to millions of America will end at the conclusion of this year because he has failed to provide leadership in extending them. And that's why the government has been shut down by Republicans, because they have refused to agree to extend those health care tax credits. But maybe most alarmingly, as is visible in the streets of Oregon, California, Chicago, Los Angeles, is the deployment of our military, our National Guard. And the senator from Oregon has spoken so powerfully and eloquently to bring a critical lens to this desecration of democracy and the impact on our military itself, because they are being used for a purpose that goes against the fundamental purpose of our military in this country. The Founding Fathers were deeply worried about the use of a standing army, potentially within the homeland. And many were opposed to a standing army because of that concern. And so we have laws, posse comitatus, that forbid the use of the military against American citizens on American soil. The health of our republic depends on the proper use of our military against foreign adversaries and threats from abroad. But the President of the United States, in effect, has decided that he will use our National Guard as a police force, supplanting local and state police. And the damage is done not only to institutions, which should be supported, and we should be providing more resources to local and state police, more training and equipment to them, so they can do the job of keeping order and maintaining our democracy, but also to the military itself, which is demoralized and potentially degraded by the misuse of these resources that are designed to support them in countering adversaries abroad. And of course, to the faith and trust of Americans in the military as they see it misused. And so I want to ask my colleague from Oregon about perhaps his personal experience as he watches this deployment of the National Guard in his state. How are the people of Oregon reacting to the misuse of our National Guard? Is their faith and trust in the military affected by the President's deployment of the National Guard in a circumstance that a federal judge has found is unnecessary because whatever protests have happened in the past weeks and months have been peaceful and without the necessity for this kind of military intervention?
Well, I really appreciate the question from my colleague. And we're at an interesting moment right now, because unless there's a decision that has been made while I've been speaking, and that's certainly possible, given the amount of time and the shift, there has not yet been a decision by the district judge to dissolve the second temporary restraining order, and so the National Guard has not been federalized and able to deploy. But it was going to depend upon what happened at midnight last night, in which the judge had said, the district judge had said, I want to see if the circuit court decides to do an en banc panel. And that's a fancy way of saying that instead of 3 judges evaluating the situation, a panel of 12 judges, the Chief Justice and 11 other justices from the Ninth Circuit, selected randomly, would examine the issue. And if that was on the verge of happening, my impression was she was going to hold off. The other thing that was unfolding was that the Seventh Circuit, including Illinois, and of course Chicago's been really affected by this, the Seventh Circuit made a decision in support of the district court there, but that looked like it was going to the Supreme Court, and they might do a shadow docket decision very soon, any moment, which could affect also what happens. So my guess is soon. If none of those happens, my guess is that soon, in fact, the second temporary restraining order will be dissolved, and that will give the ability of the National Guard to be in their mission. And I think there has been a lot of effort put into saying, these are our Oregonians. These are our soldiers, our folks that we've gone and supported them as they've gone on missions to Iraq and missions to Afghanistan and missions elsewhere in the world. And we go and we welcome them home. And that we think that they will have a very deep understanding that whatever they're instructed to do, they will not deliberately do provocative things. The thing that would really sour the situation, and I'm putting up a little picture here that I know you can't see, but it's a picture of one of the federal agents, not the Oregon National Guard, walking up and just spraying a protester straight in the face. She had gotten out of the way as she was requested. She was, giving saying she was sharing her opinion in a vocal manner, but not doing it, not in the way of anything had moved as requested. And when people see that, or other things where agents start assaulting peaceful protesters, that's when things get dicey. And so far, the Portlanders have said, this is what Trump wants. He's almost instructed people, these other federal agents, to come and provoke a riot. In fact, they even staged a fake riot last week, which was an extraordinary thing that should trouble every American. They asked the protesters to back up several hundred yards, and they did without conflict. So there was no tussle, there was no breaking the line, there was no throwing things. They backed up. But behind the line of the federal agents, probably Federal Protective Services, were videographers. And the goal was to tape a fake riot. So after they'd been backed up, on command, the Federal Protective Services threw down flashbangs, which sound like gunfire. They threw down tear gas, which big pluming smoke, and of course very irritating. And they fired pepper balls at the crowd. Well, that net result of that is the protesters scattered by being videographed so that they could look, the Trump's team could say, look, there was a riot. And I just can't believe that our government would stage a fake riot like that. But it was carefully observed and reported on by Oregon Public Broadcasting. So I have confidence in what I'm saying about what happened. I don't think anything like that will ever happen with the Oregon National Guard. I think they will be extraordinarily careful to execute their mission in a professional fashion. If they're asked to provide a little bit of encouragement for the protesters, get out of the way of the car, I think they'll do that. That's my belief, that our own Oregon National Guard. Now, there's also Oregon National Guard from California. The president said he was going to send some from Texas. That could still be possible. I just hope that they all are well trained. That is red line, you never attack a peaceful protester. That so far, the Portland protesters have decided to engage in joy and whimsy. And they have just frustrated the hell out of the Trump team because they want riots. And no, there's the pastries and pajama team, and there's the puppy dogs for peace team, and there's the wedding taking place, and there's the unipiper doing the bagpipes on his unicycle, and there's the folks putting down candles on the ground and flowers in the air, and just basically and doing the cha-cha slide. And I have no idea how to do that, but maybe I'll learn down the road here. But this type of joy and whimsy has been a terrific way to respond to Trump trying to provoke violence and failing to do so. And I think the Oregon National Guard will be extremely professional.
If my colleague would yield for one more quick question.
Yes, I'll yield for questions.
And I think he is absolutely right to call attention to the extraordinary professionalism of the National Guard, which hopefully will avoid the provoked violence that President Trump, unfortunately, would welcome, apparently, here. But we know that the President has said that if the courts deny him the opportunity to deploy the National Guard, he will consider using the military under the Insurrection Act. And yesterday I came to the floor in support of reforms that I have proposed to the Insurrection Act that would reduce the unbridled and unchecked powers that he has right now. The Insurrection Act makes modifications to the posse comitatus law in ways that potentially provide him with unbridled authority. And so my reform bill would require accountability, would enable use of the military in the event of a claimed rebellion or insurrection for a limited amount of time, require the president then to come to Congress and make the case and Congress to approve a set of reforms that would protect the American people against misuse of the military in the event that he could not deploy the National Guard in this way. And so I want to ask my friend from Oregon, and I believe I know the answer because he has supported reforms in the past, whether these kinds of reforms to the Insurrection Act are important and necessary to protect the American people and the military itself against the kinds of misuse of powers that could occur.
The reforms that my colleague speaks of are incredibly important because we have a standard under Title 10. Under Title 10, which is the federalization of the National Guard, the standard is there has to be a rebellion or there has to be an invasion. a rebellion, a sizable group, well-organized, well-armed, seeking to overthrow the government, an invasion, a significant military force coming across to attack us. They're well-understood terms. Even with that Title 10, I am very nervous because even though the law does not say give deference to the president in Title 10, 2 judges said you should give deference to the president, which I find absurd because what it means is these standards that were crafted in legislation here, I'm sure broadly and intensely debated and said, no, it has to be a rebellion or it has to be on the verge of a rebellion. And the understanding what that would look like. And to say it's a rebellion just if the president says there's one when there's nothing, like that type of deference, that's just throwing open the gates to say an authoritarian president can roll out the military under Title 10. That's scary as hell. But the Insurrection Act, in a way, is even scarier because it does have an explicit deference to the executive. And so while it has a standard, it says in interpreting that standard, there should be deference. And I have read a number of analyses that say there is no way that the Supreme Court's not going to essentially say if the president interprets what's happening, given the language that exists there. I mean, that was written with the belief we would always have a capable, responsible defender of the Constitution in the Oval Office, and we don't. So reforming that act and closing that loophole, absolutely incredibly important to save our republic.
I thank the senator from Oregon, and I yield back now to my other colleague from Oregon.
I note that my colleague from Oregon, following proper protocol here, has arrived on the floor, and I would be happy to answer a question should you have one.
I thank my colleague very much, so I just want to make sure from a parliamentary standpoint, would the senator from Oregon yield for my question?
I would be happy to yield for a question.
Mr. President and colleagues, I want to start by commending my partner from Oregon, who has now been on the floor for close to 18 hours. What he is doing in ringing the alarm bells about authoritarianism in America is an important public service. Let me begin by saying the Wyden family certainly knows a thing or two about watching a democracy slide towards authoritarian rule. I wrote in my book about how the courageous women in my family, in the face of the Nazi takeover of the German Republic, recognized the very real threat of the growing authoritarianism in Germany. They pushed the rest of the family to recognize what was happening to their democracy when some of the men didn't want to face reality. Because of the vigilance of women, I am standing here today in the Senate. Now, further on this point, as my colleague knows, during the protests in Portland this past weekend, federal agents dragged a 4'6" blind man named Quinn across a driveway and detained him for over an hour. Apparently, they thought he didn't move out of their way fast enough. It's hard to imagine, it's been reported in publications in the Oregonian and the like, how anyone could see Quinn as a threat. As he put it, I think they wanted to make a point, so they picked the weakest person they could find and make a big show about it. What Donald Trump and the Vice President are offering us is indeed an authoritarian playbook. Attack the weakest in order to intimidate the rest of us. And that is why it is the obligation of all Americans to pay attention to all of the discussions on this topic and to speak out and not yield. The American abolitionist told me that eternal vigilance is the price of liberty, to keep the powerful from stealing from the many for the few. Senator Merkley, I'm interested in what you think Americans should do to secure the benefits of liberty for themselves and their families and future generations. And what do you want Americans to take from your speech today?
Thank you so much to my colleague from Oregon for this question. And it's very powerful to think about how fast the menace grew to the Jewish community in Germany, and how if one did not recognize that threat, and if I understood right, the women in your family were the ones that said, we have to get out of here.
That's correct.
And saved their future and therefore your future. And why do we have to have a world where powerful engage in these assaults based on race or religion or ethnicity? I sometimes hear Rodney King in my head, why can't we just all get along after he'd been badly beaten? And the fact is, it seems like we have a long ways to go to erase prejudice from our hearts. And when people gain positions of power who carry that prejudice in their heart, it often becomes open hatred and amplifies the ability of others to more openly discriminate or engage in provocative acts. So anyway, I hope that generations to come will find a better path. But in your question on securing liberty, this most important message is, and I'll have my team put it back up, is the alarm bells are now. The authoritarian actions are not down the street. They are not around the corner. They are not something to worry about 2 months from now. They are here right now. All the basic characteristics of authoritarian control are present at this moment in the United States of America. Stealing the power of the purse so that the president makes decisions on what programs are funded. Taking and ignoring due process, which is our guarantee of freedom from authoritarian state. Attacking the issue of liberty for the press to be able to write what they want and not be compelled through using licenses or mergers as a way to coerce them to put up what the government wants. Telling the universities that they need to shape their education the way the president wants and support his political agenda. Are you kidding me? And so forth. And then weaponizing the Department of Justice to go after an enemies list. So it's here now. That's the main thing. And what Americans do to secure liberty, what you did on Saturday. What you did on Saturday, 7 million people taking to the streets, the largest demonstration in the history of this country, saying no kings in the United States of America. Our presidents are not kings, our laws are not suggestions, and our Constitution is not optional. Because that outcry, both inside a chamber like this, but very importantly in the streets, is the outcry that tells the rest of the country this is not okay. This is not acceptable. This is breaking the law. This is shredding the Constitution. This is attacking our freedoms, and we, the people, will reclaim our Constitution, our separation powers, and our freedom. That's why the action of demonstration and the action of speaking out are so important at this moment, and it needs to work towards the next election where people of any party, if they believe in our Constitution, campaign and win on the basis that they are going to secure for the next generation, our generation, the next generation, the freedoms and the characteristics of our Constitution, and make sure this doesn't happen again.
Senator Merkley, you said it very well, and it seems to me America is the last bastion of liberty in the world. There is nowhere to flee to, no mighty republic that stands if American democracy fails. I want to commend my partner from Oregon for taking this exceptionally important stand. And this is a message particularly for all of America. And it's high time it be made on the Senate floor, and I commend my colleague.
Thank you so much for my colleague from Oregon. And I so appreciate so many folks coming down to echo and amplify that we have to ring the bells now of the alarm bells so the American people will be very clear what is going on. And I see my colleague from Rhode Island, and I'd be happy to yield to him for a question.
Will the senator yield for a question? I think you will, sir.
I will indeed yield for a
Thank you
question.
very much.
Thank you
First,
much.
let me say that you are demonstrating incredible courage and conscience today and last evening as you stand here and point out the grave situation this country faces. You have clearly indicated, and I believe you're right, that the direction of this administration is towards authoritarian rule. Step by step, unfortunately, we seem to get closer. One of the great ironies of the administration is President Trump loves to sort of fake people out, if you will, while he's doing something he doesn't like or we wouldn't like. For example, for 56 times he's talked about the deep state, While at the same time, it appears he might be building such a deep state. For example, the Washington Post reported that the former chief data officer for Social Security Administration has said that Elon Musk and his Doge gang copied a mainframe database containing the personal information of hundreds of millions of Americans, including names, birthday, addresses, and more. In fact, if you step back, Doge has pilfered information in every federal agency. And we're in a situation where I believe Trump is prepared to weaponize that information against the American people in so many different ways. And I just asked, did you hear my distress that Trump could use this information to attack his opponents? Could he use this information to disrupt the elections in 26 as a path to further authoritarian influence in the United States?
I say to my colleague from Rhode Island that when an authoritarian president starts collecting data in this fashion, they probably have a plan for it. And that plan is not going to be one to enhance liberty for the American people. One of the things that I'm deeply concerned about, and I'm not sure if this is the same database you're referring to, but it's a collection of voter registration databases. Is that the same? Yeah, from across the country. And yes, I will yield for a question.
Doge, in my observation of the activities, has pilfered information from every major federal organization, and the Social Security Administration, a former employee, has indicated they've taken the most critical files that have detailed information on every American. And I think you're right. There's only two things you really do with this kind of data. You sell it or you weaponize it, or you do both. And the concern I think we both share is weaponization. In addition, I believe that the administration has sought from secretaries of state throughout the United States information about their voting rolls, which is specifically directed perhaps at electoral interference, but I shall yield back.
That clarification of the question. And it is absolutely concerning. You can imagine the many ways it can be weaponized. Like any hostile agent from outside the United States can use that data in all kinds of ways. What happens if suddenly your Social Security benefits aren't there, or the files regarding your disability benefits, or your age and birth records, or who knows what all could disappear or be modified, or banking records possibly included if you've had banking transactions in paying your taxes, or it could be incredible amounts of stuff. And we have had fairly protective practices of these databases, which is why when DOJ went in with laptops, there was a lot of resistance, and some people who provided that resistance, got moved aside physically to enable DOJ to access. And then there's this other database effort, which is a voting registration database effort. And the idea of collecting that, and they've been pushing the Secretary of States. Many states have said no, they're going to court, they're resisting. Well, thank goodness they are, because a national registration voter database can be used just like a state could purge names from it, which several states have done, saying, oh, these names look the same. Maybe it's like you got 2 Jack Ryans, or more commonly, it's done to Hispanic names. Or said, well, hey, there's the same name in Georgia as there is in Mississippi, so we'll purge this name. I mean, hostile purging that people don't know that they're no longer registered until they go to the poll to vote, and it's often too late. So I'm very, very concerned. I want our states to maintain their own independent voting registration databases, because that would be a phenomenal way to manipulate the next election I used to, and I say used, like February, when people in my town hall would say, aren't you worried? Abused? We've seen the president assume powers he does not have. For example, the tariff power is not delegated to the president. It's always been done by law here in this chamber and down the hall. So when the president is that authoritarian, taking powers the law doesn't grant, arguing in court, the court's giving him more power, consolidating information on voting, I am very, very worried about that. And I want to encourage the Secretary of States in every state, whether you're a blue state or a red state, hold on to your data, protect it, back it up, double secure it, and tell the feds to keep their hands off.
Well, I concur. If I may raise one very brief question, that is...
Yes, I yield for additional question.
You see firsthand what's happening in Portland. It is outrageous. The situation has been completely distorted by the president to suggest that there is major civil upheaval, and that's not the case at all from the reports I've heard. And it also, by suggesting that military personnel can enforce the laws of the United States, violates the Posse Comitatus Act, which has been a barrier to police powers by the military since the 1870s. And I know, like myself, I assume you are particularly disturbed that he is, again, not only weaponizing data, he's weaponizing our military forces to go in and carry out civil laws. And your comments, Mr.
Yes. In regard to your question, I am extremely worried about the Trump administration's effort to pave the path with the courts and with the discipline of the military to have them in the practice of being deployed to, if you will, to, well, in theory, quell unrest. But the law on Title X is very clear. You need to have a rebellion or you need to have invasion. And it's very clear you don't have either of those. But even then, 2 judges on the 3-judge panel in this court said, well, let's kind of give a little more flexible definition of rebellion. And by the way, maybe you should give more deference to the president's evaluation. After all, they run the building. And I'm like, once you say the president can simply declare there's a rebellion, then the standard set in law means nothing. You're just throwing open the doors to a authoritarian president deploying troops against the American people. And we've already seen with the provocative actions of assaults on peaceful protesters how dangerous that is. And then, of course, the Insurrection Act, as an exception to Posse Comitatus, is extremely scary because it explicitly has in the law a certain interpretation by the president, or deference to an interpretation by the president. The core assumption was that a person in that position would always be a person who had high regard for the Constitution and for the boundaries and for the liberties and for the freedom, and would defend it like with their whole heart, mind, and soul. But that is not a person we have in the Oval Office today. So I do support efforts that a number of folks, and I believe you might be well involved in, striving to plug some of those loopholes so that that power does not get deployed.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. And I note that we have a senator from Wisconsin, and I would be happy to yield for a question if she had one.
Will the senator yield for a question?
I will happily yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Merkley, you and I are both members of the Senate Appropriations Committee. And I have a question for you about how critical a functioning Congress and a functioning appropriation process is to our separation of powers, our checks and balances, and therefore to our very democracy. The federal government is currently shut down because Republicans who control the House, the Senate, and the White House are hell-bent on raising health care costs for the American people. In fact, 22 million Americans are about to see their health insurance costs potentially double, triple, or more. And the only way for us to get out of this mess is for Democrats and Republicans to sit down together and negotiate a solution. And so far, Republicans refuse to come to the table. The House has been out of session for over a month, out of town. And President Trump is leaving the country again at the end of this week. The longer this Trump shutdown continues, it appears more likely that our Republican colleagues will totally give up Congress's power, which of course is the power of the people, in the government funding process. In fact, this morning, reporters are circulating the Capitol, speculating that Congress will give up on passing fiscal year 2026 appropriation bills and instead attempt to pass a full year continuing resolution. And this would be a failure on the part of the House and the Senate majority, controlled by Republicans. And really, it would be a failure on the part of President Donald Trump. And it would be a failure that undermines one of Congress's core democratic functions, setting priorities through the power of the purse. So my question for you, as you hold the floor to shine a light on the ways in which this president continues to undermine our democracy and disregard the Constitution, how is Donald Trump undermining Congress through his attacks on the bipartisan appropriations process? And when he does that, and the majority, the Republicans in Congress, allow this to happen, how do the American people lose?
I so appreciate the question from my colleague from Wisconsin. And part of the discussion earlier was you can detect the difference between a democracy and an authoritarian government in the following fashion. Are the decisions about which programs are funded, how they will operate, and how they are funded decided by the Congress or by the president? That is the power of the purse. And it's so clearly laid out by our founders that you put it in Congress's hands, because if you put it in the president's hands, you have a strong man, one person, not 100 people in this chamber bringing their diverse life experiences, their knowledge, their particular interests, and saying these things are important to our various parts of the country. You just have one man from New York deciding what's important, one man who hangs out with a group of billionaires deciding what's important. So incredibly essential distinction between a democracy and authoritarian government is that decisions about the programs, their design, and their funding are made by Congress. What we have seen is that the president and his head of Office of Management and Budget, Russell Vought, are attempting to take that power out of the hands of Congress and have the president decide which programs are funded and how much. Every time you hear the president say, I canceled these grants because they're out of sync with the priorities of the president, that is an authoritarian statement, because it's not the president's prerogative to decide how to spend that money. It is the power of the people through their elected representatives in the House and Senate. And then in addition, Mr. Vought has coordinated a series of strategies to essentially cancel programs by slow-walking the dispersion of funds, by freezing the funds, by impounding the funds, by delaying to the end of the year and then submitting a request to legislatively have the funds undone, but then the clock runs out on the year and poof, the funds disappear. He has a fancy name for it, a pocket rescission. But think of it more like the carriage in Cinderella that hits midnight and poof, the carriage is gone and you only have a pumpkin. In this case, we only have a lump of coal when we hit the end of the year. And then there is a requirement under the law for the president to lay out an expenditure schedule so that we can see whether or not funds are being delayed or frozen or impounded and so forth. And that schedule has disappeared. That website has been shut down. So the president is hiding in that we can protect the prerogatives of our Constitution. So these are the ways the president is directly attacking the power of the purse and trying to turn, this is one of the ways. He's doing a whole series of other things in attacks on freedoms, military weaponization of the Department of Justice to go after enemies, sending the military into the streets. But this is a key one in terms of the checks and balances of our Constitution. He's trying to take the power of the purse and has made substantial progress in doing so. I see my colleague from Hawaii has arrived, and should she have a question,
Yield for a question?
I would be happy to yield.
First of all, I commend you for holding the floor to raise issues of such concern to the American people. I want to focus my question on the corruption of the Trump regime. And this corruption is rampant and unending, from making untold sums off meme coins to the latest outrage demanding the Department of Justice pay him more than $200 million. That is taxpayers' money that he wants to get his hands on. We have a president putting his financial interest before the best interest of the American people. This is the classic Trump playbook, using the power of his office to make a profit at the expense of the American people and as a distraction from the chaos and cruelty that he is sowing every single day. It's a classic authoritarianism, using the tools of government to enrich himself, reward his friends, and punish his enemies. So I'm asking my colleague, what kind of threat does this blatant corruption pose to our democracy, our institutions, and the American people?
If the senator from Hawaii will repeat the last sentence of her question, I would appreciate it.
Certainly. So the rampant corruption of this regime. So, what kind of threat does this blatant corruption pose to our democracy, our institutions, and the American people?
Thank you so much for the question. And when I hear that word corruption, and I admit I'm starting to feel a little dazed after these many hours on the floor, my head goes first to the financial corruption of the president, but there's all these other forms of corruption he's engaged in terms of corrupting the basic balanced separation of powers and the checks and balances. But let me speak first to the financial corruption. One thing that we have seen is that he's using the presidency to enrich himself and his companies and his family. And the most blatant example of this is when he said, I have this product that I want people to buy, and I'm going to hold a competition, and the people who buy the most of this product, a crypto coin, will be invited to a very special dinner at my golf club where I will be present and you'll have access to me. So he sold access to the presidency to the people who bought the most of his crypto coins. And in that case, it was a meme coin. And that means basically the coin is a collectible. It basically has no value. But then he engaged in another form of crypto corruption, and that involved saying, we're going to have a stable coin, and a stable coin means you give me $1 and I give you a crypto token that you can use in international transactions. And then there was a transaction involving I hope I still have this right, the United Arab Emirates, and they basically bought several $billion of these coins, and what happens then is the president can hold those dollars until the coins are redeemed and benefit from the interest earned on those several $billion. And meanwhile, there was a desire by the foreign government to get access to highly capable AI chips. And the answer was no, we're not doing that. But then after they bought all these coins and enriched the president of the United States, well, then the president said, let's give them the coins, or let's give them these advanced chips. So very much certainly the smoke, and I'd say even the flame of selling access and favors out of the presidency, now to the tune of having made billions of dollars in the roughly 9 months that he's been in office. I would be happy to yield for another question if you were talking about a different type of corruption. Okay. I yield, oh, no, I don't yield yet because I have to do this protocol right. I see my colleague from New Hampshire is on the floor, and I would welcome a question if you have one.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Yes, I will yield.
I'm normally your seatmate, but I thought it might be easier if we talk this way. So I am down here in a different place than I usually am to ask a question. But I want you to know how much I and all of your colleagues appreciate your standing up for democracy. Because we are in a pivotal moment, as you've said, not just in this country, but globally. And I know that you care about not just what's happening domestically in the United States, but you also care about what's happening in the world, because you and I serve on the Foreign Relations Committee together. And I just came from a meeting with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who shared that Europeans are now spending more on defense than the United States for the first time since President Eisenhower. And they are working together to strengthen sanctions against Putin and his bloodthirsty gangs who are wreaking havoc on Ukraine and Europe. And I have some good news that I wanted to share with you from the Foreign Relations Committee this morning, since you weren't able to be with us. And it applies to what's happening in Ukraine and Europe. Because this morning, in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the committee considered 3 bipartisan bills to address Russia's continued expanding aggression for the first time in this Congress. So the first time since the beginning of the year, we have actually taken action in the Foreign Relations Committee, action that you supported with your proxy votes, and I appreciate that, to take action against Russia's aggression in Ukraine. One bill will designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism because of what they've done to kidnap Ukrainian children. One will stop Chinese entities from supporting Russia's brutal war machine against Ukraine. And the final one will authorize a continued quarterly transfer of Russia's foreign assets that have been seized in the United States to support Ukraine. So I think all of these bills passed, they were bipartisan, they passed unanimously out of the committee. And I think it's a critical time in history for this Congress to be taking a stand on Ukraine. So, Senator Merkley, given this important moment in history, what more can we do in the Senate to support our allies and to protect the Ukrainians from further bloodshed from Vladimir Putin?
I so much appreciate the good report and question from my colleague from New Hampshire, and appreciate her leadership on the Foreign Relations Committee as the top Democrat, working hard to partner across the aisle for the common cause of international security. And every time I think about Ukraine, I think about how fiercely, including the Orange Revolution, in which they did so much to say, no, we will not be taken over by Russia. We will not be put under the thumb of Russia by one of our presidents. They have said, we see the system to our north where there is no freedom, where people are not in charge of their own destiny because they are ruled by a dictator, and we reject that and will fight with our lives. And so many have, in fact, perished on the battlefield to defend our freedom. That inspires me every time I think about it. And at the moments in which President Trump has been less supportive of Ukraine and more supportive of Russia, I have tried to send him magical vibes. No, understand the difference between standing with a nation fighting for freedom and snuggling up with a dictator. We are a light to the world when we fight for democracy and support democracy. So I'm really pleased to hear about these three bills passing. And I hope that other factors can be worked out in the international community that will help slow down the Russian war machine. They are an incredibly large country, and they have built huge factories to produce cruise missiles. And so nightly, Ukraine is hammered with hundreds now. And so it just means more resolve by the United States, more resolve by Europe. I am surprised to hear that the Europeans collectively are spending more on defense than the U.S. I'm like, if that had been a trivia question, I would have failed, but there it is. And that certainly has been partly to recognize the threat from Russia. If Russia is willing to slice off a piece of Georgia, as they were in 2008, I believe, if they're willing to throw thousands of soldiers into a fight in Ukraine, really with no consideration, I mean, it's just like fodder to the war machine. And then we're seeing that they're overflying some of the other European countries. And these are incredibly provocative. So I think all of that goes towards hopefully forging a unity of purpose between Europe and the United States. Something you may not know, one of the skeletons in my closet is I spent a rotation working at NATO in Brussels when we were trying to develop a treaty for intermediate range missiles because of the nuclear threat, to stabilize the threat, so the middle of the 1980s. And the United States and Europe worked so closely together. That is the type of partnership. It's the type of partnership that has taken some hits in the last few years. We want to restore that vision of that careful, detailed, determined coordination so that we advance the best strategies. And of course, battlefield strategies are also changing dramatically as we go, being able to adjust to this changing world. So that's my hope. that building on the work that the committee did today, and hopefully those bills will be here on the floor, hopefully they'll be on the president's desk, that we can continue to strive to a peaceful conclusion with security for Ukraine and not allow the war machine of Russia to overwhelm it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Nobody else? Well, Mr. President, for the first time in several hours, I don't have a colleague who's asking me a question, and so I'm going to return to the conversation that I was holding forth on regarding the Department of Justice. And I have here this page called Justice Connection, urgent message from recent Department of Justice alumni decrying attacks on the Justice Department. I believe I asked unanimous consent to have this put in the record, but if I did not, I'm asking it now.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And here is how that reads. We are 282 former career employees who proudly served our country at the Department of Justice. From prosecutors, special agents, and intelligence analysts to immigration judges, grant managers, civil rights attorneys, and more, we all carried out our duties faithfully, regardless of who occupied the White House, until we no longer could. Left the department either voluntarily or involuntarily because of actions taken by this administration. Our fidelity to the Constitution and our dedication to our country did not end when our jobs did. Now that we left the department, we believe it's our duty to sound the alarm about this administration's degradation of DOJ's vital work and its assault on the public servants who do it. It is incumbent on all of us to fight for the Justice Department before it's too late. DOJ's mission is to, quote, uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, and to protect civil rights. And it's failing on all three fronts. The Justice Department cannot uphold the rule of law when it carries out the president's retribution campaign and protects his allies, violates court orders, evades due process requirements, directs attorneys to violate their ethical responsibilities, and fires its employees without notice or cause in violation of civil service laws. It also cannot keep our country safe when it ousts FBI employees, prosecutors, national security experts, and ATF officials, shutters offices that prevent community violence, and dismantle drug trafficking operations, purges the attorneys who enforce the laws that protect the environment, and shifts highly trained special agents away from counterintelligence and counterterrorism. And it cannot protect civil rights when it drives out 75% of the attorneys from the Civil Rights Division and refuses to enforce the nation's civil rights laws as Congress intended, using them instead as a cudgel against marginalized groups. The administration is taking a sledgehammer to other long-standing work the department has done to protect communities and the rule of law. Its plans to eliminate the tax division, which saves the country billions of dollars by pursuing tax evaders, will lead us poorer. Gutting the public integrity section and FBI public corruption squads has paved the way for government graft. Canceling hundreds of millions of dollars in grants has left at-risk communities less protected and crime victims less supported. The list could go on. As for its treatment of its employees, the current leadership's behavior has been appalling. This administration lies about the deep state and exaggerates about government inefficiency, and exaggerations about government efficiency have eroded the respect our country once held for public servants. And demonizing, firing, demoting, involuntarily transferring, and directing employees to violate their ethics duties has already caused an exodus of over 5,000 of us, draining the department of priceless institutional knowledge and expertise, and impairing its historical success in recruiting top talent. We may feel the effects of this for generations. The Justice Department's backbone has always been its career workforce, and those who were part of it are best positioned to explain why the current leader's actions are catastrophic for the nation. We call on these leaders to reverse course, to remember the oath we all took to uphold the Constitution, and adhere to the legal guardrails and institutional norms on which our justice system relies. We call on our fellow alumni to join us in sounding the alarm and in mobilizing to support our colleagues still there. They deserve respect and gratitude. Neither of which they're getting from the administration. We call on Congress to exercise its oversight responsibilities far more vigorously. Members in both chambers and on both sides of the aisle must provide a meaningful check on the abuses we are witnessing. And we call on all Americans whose safety, prosperity, and rights depend on a strong Department of Justice to speak out against its destruction. Our democracy is only as strong as the rule of law, and the rule of law can't survive without the principal institution that enforces it. Well, that's a powerful letter from these 282 former career employees of the Department of Justice. I was very struck about the phrase that says, we call on Congress to exercise its oversight responsibilities. That came up about an hour ago in one of the conversations, that we could do so much more, and we should try to be partnering with our Republican colleagues to provide that essential function of oversight. That's one of the checks and balances, and we should be deeply engaged in making it as effective as possible. Because here is quite a list of the things going wrong in the Department of Justice. These things beg for hearings to be held, for issues to be understood, for the press to be able to report, for solutions to be able to be found, for lines that prevent unacceptable conduct to be clearly delineated. But that can't happen unless Congress exercises its oversight ability. Do we have one more chapter? Okay. We have chapter 8. So we are headed back to the book. And the book is this book, How Democracies Die. And with each chapter, I'm trying to give some sense of the chapter, though not every element of it. So I'll read some of the pages, maybe scan through some others, and try to address a few of the issues that are raised. This particular chapter addresses President Trump's first year in his first administration, and it's titled Trump's First Year, an Authoritarian Report Card. So remember, this was just his first year in office. We're now in his 5th year in office, headed towards his 6th year in office, and we've seen such an acceleration. So the items identified in the first year, well, we may well see that they become more serious over time. Donald Trump's first year in office followed a familiar script. Like Alberto Fujimori, Hugo Chavez, and Tayyip Erdogan, America's new president began his tenure by launching blistering rhetorical attacks on his opponents. He called the media the enemy of the American people, questioned judges' legitimacy, and threatened to cut federal funding to major cities. Predictably, these attacks triggered dismay, shock, and anger across the political spectrum. Journalists found themselves at the front lines, exposing, but also provoking the president's norm-breaking behavior. A study by the Shorenstein Center on Media, Politics, and Public Policy found that the major news outlets were unsparing in their coverage of the Trump administration's first 100 days. Of news reports with a clear tone, the study found 80% were negative, much higher than under Clinton, 60% negative, and George W. Bush, 57% negative, and Obama, 41%. Soon, Trump administration officials were feeling besieged. Not a single week went by in which press coverage wasn't at least 70% negative. And amid swirling rumors about the Trump campaign's ties to Russia, a high-profile special counsel, Robert Mueller, was appointed to oversee investigations into the case. Just a few months into his presidency, President Trump faced talk of impeachment. But he retained the support of his base, and like other elected demagogues, he doubled down. He claimed his administration was beset by powerful establishment forces, telling graduates of the U.S. Coast Guard Academy that no politician in history, and I say this with great surety, has been treated worse or more unfairly. The question, then, was how Trump would respond. Would an outsider president who considered himself to be under unwarranted assault lash out, as happened in Peru and in Turkey? President Trump exhibited clear authoritarian instincts during his first year in office. In Chapter 4, I'm just reading how the authors are presenting this. In Chapter 4, we presented 3 strategies by which elected authoritarians seek to consolidate power: capture the referees, sideline the key players, rewrite the rules to tilt the playing field against opponents. Trump attempted all 3 of these strategies. President Trump demonstrated striking hostility toward the referees, law enforcement, intelligence, ethics agencies, and the courts. Soon after his inauguration, he sought to ensure that the heads of U.S. intelligence agencies, including the FBI, the CIA, and the National Security Agency, would be personally loyal to him, apparently in the hope of using these agencies as a shield against investigations into his campaign's Russia ties. During his first week in office, President Trump summoned FBI Director James Comey to a one-on-one dinner in the White House, to which, according to Comey, the president asked for a pledge of loyalty. He later reportedly pressured Comey to drop investigations into his recently departed National Security Director, Michael Flynn, pressed the Director of National Intelligence, Daniel Coats, and CIA Director Mike Pompeo to intervene in Comey's investigation, and personally appealed to Coats and NSA head Michael Rogers to release statements denying the existence of any collusion with Russia. Both refused. President Trump also tried to punish or purge agencies that acted with independence. Most prominently, he dismissed Comey after it became clear that Comey could not be pressured into protecting the administration and was expanding its Russia investigation. Only once in the FBI's 82-year history had a president fired the Bureau's director before his 10-year term was up. And in that case, the move was in response to clear ethical violations and enjoyed bipartisan support. The Comey firing was not President Trump's only assault on referees who refused to come to his personal defense. Trump had attempted to establish a personal relationship with Manhattan-based U.S. Attorney Preet Bharara, whose investigations into money laundering reportedly threatened to reach Trump's inner circle. When Bharara, a respected anti-corruption figure, continued the investigation, the president removed him. After Attorney General Jeff Sessions recused himself from the Russian investigation and his deputy, Rod Rosenstein, appointed the respected former FBI Director Robert Mueller as special counsel to oversee the investigation, Trump publicly shamed Sessions, reportedly seeking his resignation. White House lawyers even launched an effort to dig up dirt on Mueller, seeking conflicts of interest that could be used to discredit or dismiss him. By late 2017, many of Trump's allies were openly calling on him to fire Mueller, and there was widespread concern that he would soon do so. So in this section, we're hearing about all of the attack on the referees during Trump's, and this is just a classic part of an authoritarian government, attack the referees. And of course, we saw in year 5, this year, immediately Trump took out the special investigators of the various agencies and did so in order to make sure that there wasn't the type of oversight that would point out to the public or to Congress where things were going wrong. Take out the referees. That is the authoritarian strategy being laid out here. President Trump's efforts to derail independent investigations evoke the kind of assaults on the referees routinely seen in less democratic countries. For example, the dismissal of Venezuelan Prosecutor General Luisa Ortega, a Chavista appointee who asserted her independence and began to investigate corruption and abuse in the Maduro government. Although Ortega's term did not expire until 2021, and she could be legally removed only by the legislature, which was in opposition hands, the government dubiously elected Constituent Assembly sacked her in August 2017. President Trump also attacked judges who ruled against him after Judge James Robart of the Ninth Circuit of the U.S. Court of Appeals blocked the administration's initial travel ban. Trump spoke of, quote, the opinion of this so-called judge, which essentially takes law enforcement away from our country, end of quote. 2 months later, when the same court temporarily blocked the withholding of federal funds from sanctuary cities, the White House denounced the judgment as an attack on the rule of law by an unelected judge. Trump himself responded by threatening to break up the Ninth Circuit. The president took an indirect swipe at the judiciary in August 2017 when he pardoned the controversial former Arizona Sheriff Joe Arpaio, who was convicted of violating a federal court order to stop racial profiling. Arpaio was a political ally and a hero to many of Trump's anti-immigrant supporters. And as we noted earlier, the chief executive's constitutional power to pardon is without limit. But presidents have historically exercised it with great restraint, seeking advice from the Justice Department and never issuing pardons for self-protection or political gain. President Trump boldly violated these norms. Not only did he not consult the Justice Department, but the pardon was clearly political. It was popular with his base. The move reinforced fears that the president would eventually pardon himself and his inner circle, something that was reportedly explored by his lawyers. Remember, this is year one of it would have been the 2018, January 2017 through January 2018. Such a move would constitute an unprecedented attack on judicial independence. As constitutional scholar Martin Reddish put it, if the president can immunize his agents in this manner, the courts will effectively lose any meaningful authority to protect constitutional rights against invasion by the executive branch. You know, this discussion over pardoning himself and the risk it creates of misbehavior is an interesting prelude to the fact that essentially the Supreme Court pardoned Trump, saying that the president cannot commit a crime. If you can't commit a crime, then you can do whatever, and you don't have to be pardoned because you haven't committed a crime. So the Supreme Court essentially gave him the same protection and created the same risks for an authoritarian state that Trump pardoning himself would have resulted in. The administration responded by launching attacks on the OGE, Office of Government Ethics. House Oversight Chair Jason Chaffetz, a Trump ally, even hinted at an investigation of Schaub. In May, administration officials tried to force the OGE to halt investigations into the White House's appointment of ex-lobbyists. Alternatively harassed and ignored by the White House, Schaub resigned, leaving behind what journalist Ryan Leza called a broken OGE, Office of Government Ethics. President Trump's behavior toward the courts, law enforcement, and intelligence bodies and other independent agencies was drawn from the authoritarian playbook. He openly spoke of using the Justice Department and the FBI to go after Democrats, including Hillary Clinton. And in late 2017, the Justice Department considered nominating a special counsel to investigate Clinton. Despite its purges and threats, however, the administration could not capture the referees. Trump did not replace Comey with a loyalist, largely because such a move was vetoed by key Senate Republicans. Likewise, Senate Republicans resisted Trump's efforts to replace Attorney General Sessions, but the president had other battles to wage. And I think this is an important moment to remember back in 2017 that colleagues across the aisle played a role of reason in pushing back on some of the unacceptable things that Trump was trying to do. They protected Comey. As it said, Trump did not replace Comey with a loyalist because such a move was vetoed by key Senate Republicans. Likewise, Senate Republicans resisted Trump's efforts to replace Attorney General Sessions. And early in the conversation, we were talking about the importance of one of the checks and balances of the Constitution, which is for the Senate and the House to hold hearings on what's going on. The two-page letter from the 283, I believe it was, 282 former career employees of the Department of Justice, they laid out a host of things that are going wrong. It's essentially an invitation. Please hold hearings because a lot of bad stuff is happening inside the Department of Justice. And so I encourage colleagues on both sides of the aisle who serve on the Judiciary Committee to take them up on that invitation, to bring these former members and others to share what's going on, because that is our responsibility under the Constitution, to provide that type of spotlight, insight, and hopefully advice to help the administration, well, more effectively and legally pursue the enhancement of the American system of justice. Of course, this whole litany of the way Trump attacked the referees was a prelude to the absolute assault on the referees that occurred during this year in such a systematic fashion, in such an expanded fashion. The Trump administration also mounted efforts to sideline key players in the political system. President Trump's rhetorical attacks on critics in the media are an example. He repeated accusations that outlets such as the New York Times and CNN were dispensing fake news and conspiring against him. These comments look familiar to any student of authoritarianism. In a February 2017 tweet, he called the media the enemy of the American people, a term that critics noted mimicked one used by Stalin and Mao. Trump's rhetoric was often threatening. A few days after his enemy of the people tweet, Trump told the Conservative Political Action Committee, or CPAC, "I love the First Amendment. Nobody loves it better than me. Nobody. But as you saw throughout the entire campaign, and even now, the fake news doesn't tell the truth. I say it doesn't represent the people. It never will represent the people, and we're going to do something about it. Do what exactly? The following month, President Trump returned to his campaign pledge to open up the libel laws, tweeting that the New York Times had disgraced the media world, gotten me wrong for 2 solid years, change libel laws, end of quote. When asked by a reporter whether the administration is really considering such changes, White House Chief of Staff Reince Priebus said, I think that's something we've looked at. Ecuadorian President Rafael Correa used this approach. His multi-million-dollar defamation suits and jailing of journalists on charges of defamation had a powerfully chilling effect on the media. Although Trump dropped the libel law issue, he continued his threats. In July, he retweeted an altered video clip made from old WWE footage of him tackling and then punching someone with a CNN logo superimposed on his face. President Trump also considered using government regulatory agencies against unfriendly media companies. In the 2016 campaign, he had threatened Jeff Bezos, the owner of the Washington Post and Amazon, with antitrust action, tweeting, if I become president, oh, do they have a problem? He also threatened to block the pending merger of Time Warner, CNN's parent company, and AT&T. And during the first months of his presidency, there were reports that White House advisors considered using the administration's antitrust authority as a source of leverage against CNN. And finally, in October 2017, Trump attacked NBC and other networks by threatening to challenge their license. This is written in 2018, but you see the strategies as they're reporting on January 2017 through January 2018. You see how the strategies were being explored that have been so fiercely pursued this year. You see that here he was threatening a merger, which is something he did with CBS. You see that here he was threatening libel law changes. And while he didn't do that, apparently, what he did in the most recent year was to do a lawsuit, a $10 billion lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal, because he didn't like something that they said. He also attacked, of course, 60 Minutes over them and how they edited an interview with Kamala Harris. So the strategy of attacking the press in 2017 continues up Trump re-entering office in 2025. See if we can hammer down. And finally, in October 2017, Trump attacked NBC, and other networks by threatening to challenge their license. There was one area in which the Trump administration went beyond threats to try to use the machinery of government to punish critics. During his first week in office, President Trump signed an executive order authorizing federal agencies to withhold funding from sanctuary cities that refuse to cooperate with the administration's crackdown on undocumented immigrants. If we have to, he declared in February 2017, we'll defund. The plan was reminiscent of the Chinese government's repeated moves to strip opposition-run city governments of their control over local hospitals, police forces, ports, and other infrastructure. Unlike the Venezuelan president, however, President Trump was blocked by the courts. Although President Trump has waged a war of words against the media and other critics, those words have not yet led to action. No journalists have been arrested. No media outlets have altered their coverage due to pressure. Trump's efforts to tilt the playing field to his advantage have been more worrying. In May of 2017, he called for changes in what he called archaic Senate rules, including the elimination of the filibuster at the expense of the Democratic minority. Senate Republicans did eliminate the filibuster for the Supreme Court nominations, clearing the way for Neil Gorsuch's ascent to the court, but they rejected the idea of doing away with it entirely. Now that topic is something I know a little bit about, having immersed myself in exploration of the ins and outs of the filibuster. And one may wonder, why did the Senate Republican majority not proceed to eliminate the filibuster? Well, here's the reason why. Mostly, my Republican colleagues do their policy through tax bills. Tax bills can be done through reconciliation, and reconciliation is a simple majority mechanism. So therefore, they largely don't need to dump the filibuster because they can do their policy by simple majority already. You saw that this year with the so-called big beautiful bill that we called the big ugly betrayal, done solely on a party line. And if I recall right, although this is a 53-47 Senate, I think we ended up with a 50-50 vote broken by the vice president. So it passed by the narrowest of margins, but it was done entirely on simple majority by one party. Meanwhile, Democrats tend to like policy ideas, and policy ideas require a supermajority. So if you are a Republican leader, you can pursue your objectives by simple majority through a tax bill. And then when you're in the minority, you can block the Democrats' policy bills using this supermajority requirement. So it's essentially heads, we win, tails, you lose. That's a pretty good arrangement. Who would want to mess with that? Now, Trump didn't understand that. I'm sure if he was asked, he couldn't explain it. But that's why it doesn't make no sense for Republicans to get rid of the filibuster, because it's inherently advantageous for them, given the difference in how Democrats and Republicans pursue bills. Perhaps the most anti-democratic initiative yet undertaken by the Trump administration is the creation of the Presidential Advisory Commission on Election Integrity. chaired by Vice President Mike Pence, but run by Vice Chair Chris Kobach. To understand its potential impact, recall that the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Acts prompted a massive shift in party identification. The Democratic Party became the primary representative of minority and first and second generation immigrant voters, while the GOP voters remained overwhelmingly white. Because the minority share of the electorate is growing, these changes favor the Democrats, a perception that was reinforced by Barack Obama's 2008 victory, in which minority turnout rates were unusually high. Every now and then, we see the parties flip on a significant issue. And it's always kind of an interesting question to explore how that happened. So here's the Republican Party that was founded anti-slavery, Republican Party that fought for civil rights bills against the Southern Democrats who resisted civil rights bills, including filibustering them to keep them from happening. So you would think that in that situation, once civil rights were actually conveyed by the Voting Rights Act, it might be the Republican Party that quickly absorbed the new voters, since the Republican Party had been the premier champion for civil rights. But that's not the way it worked out. Democratic Party, with Johnson, took the lead in overturning the bans on voting participation by minority Americans. The Democratic Party, although being the party that had long oppressed and suppressed civil rights, became the party that pushed through the 1964 Civil Rights Bill and the 1965 Voting Rights Act. And it's the Democratic Party, despite its long history of suppressing civil rights, that became the welcoming party for newly enfranchised minority voters. Another interesting flip in my mind is on international trade. When I came to the Senate, it was primarily Republicans that wanted the Trans-Pacific Partnership. In fact, very important trading strategy for very